Hey gamers, how are we all doing today? Hello, sorry I'm a bit late. Bar class ran late, and there was a bit of traffic, and I'm here now though. Hello. Hello, hi. Welcome, Asho, Melly, Ridley. I hope you all are doing well. I hope you're having a good day. Yeah, like I said, I just got back from bar class like not too long ago, and like I was a bit late getting home. I needed to eat, rest for a minute, you know, decompress, all that jazz. But we're here now. We will not stream as long as we did on Thursday. I cannot stream for like almost 6 hours again. I can't do that today. But this case is just happening. Things are happening, things are moving and grooving. I don't know what to expect. But we're gonna play some more today. We'll see if we get out of the beginning portion of this case, because we're still in the beginning segment, which is absolutely wild to me. I don't know how long this is, but like, it doesn't feel like it's dragging or anything, so that's good at least. But I hope you all are doing well. I'm doing okay, aside from, you know, I've been like thinking a lot over the past couple days, especially with like TikTok, you know, because tomorrow it's gonna be banned in the States, which fucking sucks for numerous reasons. I was just kind of like looking back over like the things that I posted over the years, because that's kind of like where I got my start with like making videos and just like silly like goofy content with like fandoms and stuff. And I did get away from it like a lot last year. I was feeling very burnt out and I needed a break from that. But I was like looking back over my stuff like yesterday, the day before, and like all that's just gonna be gone. I don't have the storage space to like save every single thing I ever posted. And yeah, it's like a whole like archive of like 5 years that I'm just not gonna have access to, which sucks. And that's not even saying like, you know, the reason behind it is just censorship, fear mongering, control. That is why they are doing this. This happy music in the background while I'm being sad. Wow. Fun, yay! But I don't know. Being back on it in the past couple days, it felt like bittersweet, and I'm just mad. I'm mad and sad. But I don't need to harp on that. It's just yeah. Hey Jimbo. Oh, Jimbo! In happier news, I finally unlocked Stuntman. I finally hit over 100 million points in Balatro, and I'm very happy. I put in the Discord my final score for a run that I was doing yesterday. I made it to Ante 15. Glass Kings, Retriggers, that's how I did it. I had a Polychrome Glass King that I was able to duplicate a bunch with DNA. That's how I got so far. I had Hanging Chad, Blueprint, Photograph, just the constant Photograph retriggers. That's what did it. And I'm very glad that I was able to do it. I also got the achievement for breaking 2 glass cards in a hand too. So now the only Joker that I'm missing is Yorick, which is a legendary and it's all RNG. I need to find Stuntman and like pick it up, but that'll come eventually. But I'm happy. I felt very good yesterday. I felt like I was a god almost. I had a lot of power. Seeing that number go up like so exponentially, so quickly, like that power gets to your head, man. I'm so serious. I will never have a run like that ever again unless I get lucky. But any case, since we are starting a bit late, might as well get into the game. Cause like I said, I can't stream for like 6 hours today. Let's do some investigating and see what the hell is happening. All right, game, let's go. I have 72.5 hours in this game. Am I gonna hit the 90-hour mark solely because of this last case? If I do, I'm like, oh, brother. Anyways, let's get going. Oh, Jesus. The Taurosaurus, holy shit, that's kind of freaking me out. Rawr. Anyways, so many things happened on Thursday. The president is dead for real, died on a movie set. Miss Verity Gavel is the suspect. She has a kid who I think is probably adopted, considering he's 13, she's 26. I would think, I'm wondering. I'm gonna start just like spitballing some theories. Well, the case in the past time frame for this case is 12 years ago. Something that happened 12 years ago is affecting things today. I'm wondering if she somehow 12 years ago, she only would have been like 14. And he would have been like 1 year old. I don't know if his mother died 12 years ago in whatever it is, SS5. And then Verity kind of took him like under her wing, sort of, and has kind of been taking care of him since then. I don't know. But things have happened. My boy, he said, "Fuck you, Dad, I don't need you." And we helped him get his confidence back. And I hope Excelsius Winter dies a slow and painful death. Shelly DeKiller's back. I don't think he's not the culprit in this case. I don't know who is. And Body Harmacanus. Oh yeah, he escaped prison, which is fun. Bronco Knight is still dead. We found his stuff in the safe, which has something to do with whatever... I don't know. I don't know if he was also affected by SS7. She was involved in SS5. The two of them were involved in it. I'm trying to figure out what the hell is going on. And the two sons. I'm wondering if the two sons of, where is it? IS-7. The incident, their whereabouts are unknown. I don't know. Until I am proven otherwise, in my head, those two sons are Bronco Knight and Simeon Saint. And I don't know what's going on there. I don't know. I don't know. Something about him is just... I don't know. It's all just like a gut feeling. It's truly, literally just the two sons mentioned. That's why I think they're the same age. Were they involved in SS7 as well? I don't know. I should just keep playing, see what happens. Anyway. Aw, Will Powers, hello. Is he in here as the original Steel Samurai? This man is 25. Oh, baby. Oh, the last message you tried to... Oh no, did your stream, did Twitch, like shit itself? Oh no, Ridley, that sucks. Oh no. I hope it's working now, though. Could you maybe calm down a little?
Calm down? No way, Jose. Not until y'all come clean. It's for your own good, dang it. Our intrepid reporters refuse to give up, even in the face of repeated stonewalling from the crew.
It has a... Oh no. That sucks. I love when Twitch just, doesn't work. Twitch mobile is, worse than usual these days. If I want to watch a clip or a video, sometimes even when I, go away from it, the audio still plays in the background, so I'll have, 2 or 3 different clip sounds playing in the background, and I can't get rid of them until I, completely close the app. I love it. I love the unshitification of everything on the internet. Look, you ladies need to stop harassing these people, or I'll have to ask you to...
You cops sure got a lot of nerve. Y'all are the ones who let the Taurosaurus run wild. Hoping to hide the fact that they bred this menace themselves, a staff cling desperately to their story. Look, we're really not breeding anything. This is a movie set.
Oh, they think this is real.
Says the gal who told me she'd unseen Gordy with her own danged eyes.
Sure, I saw something, but that doesn't mean we're keeping monsters here. Alright, break it up. Hey. Isn't she under arrest? Her and her son. The kid. Yeah. The kid was involved in planning the murder. This kid was being... yeah, totally 100% true. This 13-year-old child aided in assassinating the president.
Oh, Mr. Edgeworth.
Go back. And Sean.
Y'all are on the trail of this here monster infestation too?
No, we're on the trail of a criminal. Langzi says, the darkness of a criminal's heart can sometimes be compared to a monster. That is to say, a killer is no different from a monster, really. Agent Lang, this is highly irregular, sir. We can't allow members of the public onto the crime scene. These people are important witnesses. I need them to be here. Well, Agent Lang, here we are. Where do you intend to begin? Let's start by summing up the facts. President Wang's body was discovered here this morning. He hadn't been seen since the night before last. Yes, he slipped off without his bodyguards noticing, if I remember correctly. So he was missing for over a day. And the last person to see him alive was you, Judge Cavell, on the roof of the big building. Somebody else had to have seen him alive. There's no way it's... Aww, is he sweating milk? Why did the two of you arrange to meet? I'm sorry, but I can't say. Not even to defend yourself from an accusation of murder? Oh, 12 years ago also was the incident that somehow shamed Lang's family, his father. Is he the president's kid? Is he the president's kid, actually? I don't know. They found him, they did. But now he's being arrested for assassinating the president. Why? Why can't you just tell us?
Please, Judge Cavell, we're trying to help you.
Huh. She can't say because she'll only incriminate herself more. I know you had something to do with the president's murder, and I'm going to prove it. Objection! You said yourself the body was only found this morning. How do you explain the time that passed between Judge Cavell's meeting with the president and then? That's exactly what I'm hoping we're about to find out. I'm particularly interested in what happened last night. So why don't you tell us exactly how it all went down? Sean Fenn! Me? You know you were here on the set last night. You were Sean? You had testimony from the woman over there and forensic evidence from the footprints that proves it.
You came back to run your lines, right?
What? You were spying on me?
I'm sorry, I was just making sure you were okay. It was late, I was worried about you.
How many times do I have to tell you? I don't need you to worry about me. Oh my god. Sean, that's no way to talk to an adult. Aww. She was trying to look out for you. Apologize this instant. Sorry. I've told you before, I won't have you speaking to people that way. Wow, this is a whole new Judge Cavell. It seems she's just as strict with her son as she is with those who break the law. Are you listening to me? If I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. You must. Oh my god, she's yapping. Damn. She's still going. And I want you to remember that, alright? Can we get on with the investigation now? Oh, of course. Forgive me. I don't think I've ever seen her so passionate about anything. I guess Judge Cavell, the mother, will take a little getting used to. She is mother. She's been mother since the first time we saw her. Are we to understand you're accusing Sean of being involved somehow, Agent Lang? I just want the truth. I need to know why the president was killed. I should have had lecture flashbacks. Oh no. Thankfully, my parents never gave me like long lectures or like anything like that. But I can't imagine. How do you sit through that? And by who? I don't care what it takes. I'm going to find out. I guess it makes sense for him to be so determined. The president was practically family to him. All right, Sean. Perhaps you could tell us what happened last night. Fine by me. I've got nothing to hide. I had a bad day yesterday. Messed up a couple of takes. We were scheduled to shoot the same scene again today. So I thought I'd put in some extra practice.
And that's what I did. It's that simple. It's not like I haven't done it before. It was fine, nothing happened.
You've been rehearsing late at night again? But when I called you yesterday evening, Sean, you said you were at the hotel. You called him? Around what time? It must have been 11 p.m. or thereabouts. It's one of our rules. When Sean stays away from home, we have to speak every night.
Aw. Yeah, well, I wasn't at the hotel. I was here on set.
So you lied to me? Oh. I went through oh no, Ridley, though. That sucks. That sounds awful. I'm so sorry.
Sorry. Oh, now she's mad. I think it's kind of amazing how hard he wants to work on his acting, though.
Nonetheless, a parent can't help but worry. A child alone late at night, anything could happen to him. And indeed it did. He got himself entangled in this case.
But he said nothing happened, right?
He did. Well, I can't help but wonder if he was telling the truth.
Hold it!
A bad day. Could you elaborate a little?
What, I have to spell it out for you? It was just bad, okay? Huh. What do you think? Did I drink too much milk, maybe? Psst. How did you... I mean, no. Nothing like that.
Oh my god, kid. So it might be more accurate to say that his stomach had a bad day. Yeah, kid!
Huh. I thought milk was supposed to be good for your digestion.
Not if you're lactose intolerant.
Shut up, we're done talking about that. The point is, I messed up those takes.
It was like 20 plus years ago, so Appletine moved past the pain of it. Okay, that's good at least. But it still sucks that it happened in the first place, you know?
Hold it!
So you wanted to rehearse your lines in preparation for the reshoots?
Yeah. I caused enough trouble for everybody messing things up the first time around. I wasn't about to do that again. I'm a pro.
One can only admire his dedication and his sense of responsibility to his co-workers.
Sean takes his work so seriously. He's a real inspiration to everybody. Even the takes he said he messed up, it wasn't like there was actually a problem. He just wanted to make them as good as they could be. He always says that even a tiny bit better.
Shut up! Why do you always have to say stuff people don't need to hear?
Oh, sorry, Sean.
He could maybe work on his people skills a little more. Older millennial in a middle-aged boomer household. I see. Yeah.
Anyway, as I was saying...
Hold it!
Sean, about what you just said, how many times have I made you promise? If you're going to rehearse on your own, you have to tell me. My voice is still warming up. Oh god. I know. Well, that little outburst rather stole my thunder. Let me ask again, about what you just said.
I think it's pretty cool though, Sean.
More interruptions.
It's all the hours of practice that make you the best you can be, little by little. I'm the same. I went from small-time thief to average thief, and before I knew it, greatness beckoned. But now that I finally made it...
Oh my god, my hiccup.
But now that I finally made it, I'm not about to stop doing my best, and neither should you.
May I continue? Now, Sean, do you often rehearse alone? Finally, I got my question out without being interrupted.
Hold it!
Are you sure about that? What do you mean? Of course I'm sure. It was just a regular evening, nothing out of the ordinary.
Huh, a regular evening? How can you say that? Somebody was...
Okay, he's just a child, you mustn't be too hard on him. Nothing happened. Really.
Nothing to do with the case, anyway. At least that's what it sounds like he wants us to believe. Oh wait, do I have some evidence related to what happened last night?
Oh my god, not the Twitch key. Are you sure you want to send that? Probably because it probably didn't like the phrase shut the fuck up. That's happened to me before. I've gotten that warning several times. And I'm not even saying, I'm like, when I use the phrase like cunty, like I mean it in like a, you know, like a slay kind of way. But like Twitch is like, are you sure you want to say that? And I still get auto-modded for it. Hello, Eustace Enjoyers. Hello, Jake. How are you? Thanks for being here. Oh my god. I should not be drinking iced coffee right now. My throat is gonna feel like even like drier. Wait, oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, something to show that something did happen. something just happened. Man. This kid definitely played Shadow the Hedgehog. Okay. Well, this is the film from yesterday. This is him rehearsing, and then he's gone. This bag was in the room that Eustace was tied up in. So, something happened there. I tend to get a good enough read before I send messages. Yeah. Alright. Something did happen last night. Probably the set locks. Like, this was cut sometime last night.
Objection!
Oh. Was he not there when the lock was broken? Is the kid really getting the better of you, Mr. Prosecutor? Alright. So I thought the lock being broken was it. If it's just a video, then like, I don't know what relevance we're gonna point out there. It was fine, nothing happened. I mean, this fell.
Objection!
There we go. Nothing happened. I'm sorry, but you're lying. The model of the Taurosaurus's head fell from the roof of the trailer last night. Did you expect us to believe that you knew nothing about that? I don't know what you're talking about. Is that so? I told you. I ran my lines, I went home. That was it. What do I know about some stupid falling head? Or are you saying you can prove I know something? Sadly not. It's entirely possible the head fell after Sean left. No proof, huh? Then this conversation is over.
Objection!
No, it's not. What? The head falling from the roof isn't the only strange thing about last night. And I'm certain you know what else I'm thinking of, too. The footprints? I mean, the footprints, right? This proves it beyond a doubt. Wait, that's... How did you... I mean... Yeah, we stole your video. Sorry. Was that legal? Your rehearsal tape. What? You have video footage from last night? We do. And if you watch it, you'll see that it was no ordinary evening. The print is there. There's a footprint there already. There is. And I'm not sure that's an everyday sight even on a film set. Sean, why would you keep this from me? No reason. Liar. That stuff might work on your mommy, kid, but it's not gonna work on me. Why did you hide the tape? Sean, you have to tell us. You, when? I just didn't want anybody to see me rehearsing, okay? I don't like it. I mean, I get that. I don't like people watching when I'm like practicing like monologues or singing and stuff like in college. I hated having like an audience for that. Are we buying that? 3 adults pressing this kid. Aw. So you were embarrassed? Is that it? Yeah. What's so weird about that? I hate being observed, period, half the time. Yeah, same. Like, I do not like being perceived, especially by people I know. Like, this is such a weird thing. I was thinking about, like, whenever I'm, like, performing or, like, doing whatever, even, like, theater in school and whatnot, I'm perfectly fine, like, doing that in front of, like, strangers. But, like, my immediate, like, friends and family, like, that's embarrassing to me. Like, I don't want them to perceive me that closely. And, like, I think about that, like, if I were to, like, make, like, a voiceover demo at some point, surely, like, my family's gonna want to hear it, but, like, I'm embarrassed about that because, like, I don't know, there is, like, a layer of, like, vulnerability when it comes to, like, making your art and stuff. Speaking of art. Speaking of art. But yeah, there is that layer of, like, vulnerability to it. I think that's a big part of it. But it's very weird, like, I don't want the people closest to me to perceive me. That's such a weird way to phrase it, but I want to be seen, but not too seen, I guess. It's the mortifying ordeal of being known or whatever. I don't know. Sean, how could you? No! How much milk does he have in there? Oh, give me a break. You know about it now. You know about it now, don't you? Sure, the footprint was there, but I just ran my lines and went home. That was it.
What, ain't nothing about the giant monster footprint struck you as weird? It's a giant monster footprint!
On the set of a giant monster movie. It's not like there isn't all kinds of other weird stuff around here.
I don't buy it for a second. Chief, there's something hinky about this kid sure as I'm standing right here. Dang skippy there is. He's hiding a scoop under them there horns or my name ain't Lotta Hart.
Ah, shut up, both of you. I'm done talking. Man. Gotta go eat his unhappy meal. Yeah, the 5v1 with this kid. Order right there. What is it, Agent Lang? So it's just as I thought. Thanks, Mr. Prosecutor. This footage of yours backs up my theory nicely.
What? There was something else on that tape?
Yep. Look closely. See the costume up in the top left? I mean, the zipper's open. And then that bag, too! Something's different. Did you see it?
I'm not sure. He's just kind of hanging out and looking a little saggy.
Was somebody in the costume there? Okay, it was still hanging there, but the zipper was open.
Oh, and the zipper on his back is done up tight.
The zipper? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess you all see it now, right? Is he saying the president's body's in there? On the tape, the zipper's wide open. Why? Because somebody's inside the suit, that's why.
What?
Mr. Powers, that zipper, what can you tell us about it? No, well, we always close it up tight when the suit isn't in use. That's right, Mr. Prosecutor. And do you remember something else I said not so long ago? Let me refresh your memory. Pushed the president off the big building the night before last, and then came down here to the movie set and hid the body somewhere. There's all kinds of stuff down here, costumes, equipment, you could hide it anywhere. And then come back a day later, last night in other words, and take it out again. You're saying the body could have been hidden inside the Taurosaurus suit? That's exactly what I'm saying. Isn't that right, Gavel? You pushed the president off the roof, just like I said. Then you hid his body inside that costume. I most certainly did not. Protest all you like. I'm not gonna believe you. You're the only person who could have done this. Buddy! I thought we already proved that would have been impossible. The movie set was locked at the time. There's no way Judge Gavel would have been able to get in here, although the one chain was broken. What if she had an accomplice? I've got a little theory for you. I think you're gonna like it. Mother and Child Murderers. What a title. What if Sean was waiting down here when Gavel pushed the president off the roof? If the two of them were working together, the problem on the lock goes away. And then they work to hide the body together too, by dragging it over to the Taurosaurus suit and stuffing it inside. You think the murder was really that carefully planned? It was the assassination of a world leader. It could only have been carefully planned. To suggest that Sean could have been involved in this, it's unthinkable. Aw, man. You're my prime suspect. What makes you think I'm gonna listen to a word you say? She's gonna probably thinking like, fine, you suspect me, fine, but don't bring my kid into this. What about motive? What reason would either of them have to kill President Wang? Who knows? We'll find out soon enough. SS5? She was the last one to meet with. Oh, that's him. She was the last one to meet with him, and she won't tell us why. Pretty darn suspicious. Even you have to agree with that. Judge Gavel, I don't suppose I can convince you to share any more details. My apologies, but that is the one thing I cannot do. However, rest assured, should that ever change, you will be the first to know. So please, you have to believe me. Yeah, murderers have a habit of saying that. What about you, kid? Any weak excuses to offer? If so, now's the time to get them off your chest. I've got nothing to say to you. I'm innocent. Both as tight-lipped as each other, huh? Let me guess, you're still gonna try and stick up for them? It's true. Judge Gavel's actions certainly make her seem suspicious. But nothing she has told us amounts to a motive for murder, or even the suggestion of one. No, and like I said, I'm leaving motive aside for now. For the moment, I'm focusing on means and opportunity. And for my money, these two had to be working together for their little plot to succeed.
Hold it!
You're seriously suggesting that a child could have been an accomplice in this murder?
Look at him, he's still in elementary school.
I mean, middle school, but okay.
There's no way a kid that young would be involved in something like this. I think I mentioned that he's in junior high, right?
Langzy says, middle schoolers are the most evil people of all. Penny no wolf, be he cub or grizzled elder. Ow! It doesn't matter how young he is. If he's guilty, he's guilty, and he'll be treated as such.
Wow. Wolf cops have it hard, huh?
I'm surprised at you, Mr. Prosecutor. You're saying he deserves mercy just because of his age? Of course not. I'm saying that there's no way he did this, and I'm going to prove it to you. Heh. I look forward to it, but be warned, I'm only just getting warmed up. Alright.
Hold it!
Goes away how exactly? Huh. I thought you might try this, but you and I both know exactly how. Let me make it nice and simple for you. First, she pushes the president off the roof.
Pushes. Okay.
He's too busy quoting old Wolfma, please. And the kid opens the combination lock because he knows the code.
Yep. Kid opens code, knows lock, gotcha.
No K the other way around. And that's it. And that's it, it's that simple. No more lock to worry about. No more objections about her not being able to get in because she didn't know the code. That would explain away the problem with the lock, it's true. But somebody broke one of the locks because they didn't know the code.
Hold it!
But if the two of them were working together, why would they need to hide the body for a full day?
Go back!
Well, look at the situation right in front of you. Thanks to that little ruse, we're still puzzling over what they were up to even now. But if you'll let me speak, I can clear up this whole mess once and for all. Ready? Good. So like I was saying, they worked together to hide the body.
Hold it!
The video footage doesn't show the inside of the suit. You can't say for certain there was a body in there at the time, can you? Maybe not. We can take a look right now. Let's open it up and see what's inside. I'll put money on us finding proof that it was there. Do you mind if we examine the suit, Mr. Powers? Oh, not at all. Might be a little ripe, though. It gets pretty sweaty in there. I get sweaty. That looks like the same stuff that was in... This is the same, like, fragments of stuff. Whatever that is. Dirt and something else. It looks like that. That's weird. Always clean it out pretty good. If you don't, it can get kind of moldy. In other words, what we're looking at is proof that somebody other than you used the costume. That dirt in there must have come from the body.
I guess the president was lying right in the middle of that footprint. He probably would have gotten pretty dirty.
Exactly. Well, everybody happy? It's from, how the hell did Excelsius get in here? The dirt is from when the body was hidden inside the suit. We're assuming that it came directly from the body, correct? Huh. What are you even talking about? Of course we are. Where else would it come from?
It really is pretty filthy in there, huh? That dirt got everywhere.
Because this would have been before his arrest. The chest. Huh. Alrighty.
Objection!
Oh. Alright. I guess the gloves are a bit of a stretch, but maybe it's the body itself because there was no dirt on the president's chest. But that looks like the same substance that's on his gloves. Like the same dirt and like fragments of something. We have like not made any kind of like ruckus about whatever this could be. So, I don't know.
Objection!
So our assumption is that the inside of the suit is dirty because the dirt came from the body. Would it be safe to say that's the case? Why? Is there a problem? I'm a scat man. What do you mean by that, Reaper? Hello, how are you? Skibbity doo ba doo doo. Skibbity ba ba da ba da 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 ba ba. Sorry. I tried to go as long as I could without becoming acquainted with Skibbity Toilet, but unfortunately, that has happened. And I'm not happy about it. Yeah, I know, that is a throwback song. The part of the suit directly in front of the opening is particularly dirty.
Yeah, it really is.
But look at the victim. The area of his body that would have been in contact with that part of the suit isn't dirty at all. If the victim had been crammed in there, as you suggest, his chest would surely be covered in dirt. Excelsius had to have been hiding in there, huh? So what's your explanation? How'd all that dirt get inside there? Based on the videotape, there may well have been somebody... Excelsius, because the bag was in Excelsius's garage. I'm gonna sneeze. Maybe. Maybe not. Sorry, I thought I was gonna sneeze for a second. So who was it if it wasn't the president?
Come on, Kay, think. Where was it?
Is something the matter, Kay?
I've seen dirt like that somewhere else, I'm sure of it. I just can't think where. Dirt with weird little gray bits in it.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Not doing well, had too much good food in my stomach. Oh no. I hope you feel better soon. What's a nostalgia-inducing emo? Oh, good question. Oh man, probably like... This is more cringe than nostalgia, but you know, do y'all remember like Rage comics? Where it's like those weirdly like freakily drawn faces that were all just like memes and stuff? Like, it's one of those things that you do remember, something like that. Yeah, like, they were big when I was in middle school. But yeah, it's one of those things you look back on and you like cringe, but like, you know, that's how it was back then. Stuck to something we looked at? An item of evidence, maybe? It's probably worth checking. There we go.
Now we're gonna do that.
Excelsius! Giru, hello, how are you? How's it going? Not skinny toilet. Stop. See, I'm so upset that I like actually learned what Skibbity Toilet is. I wish I could have gone my entire life without knowing. Like I wore that like a badge of honor. Enjoying the weekend, playing Infinity Nikki. Oh my god, have so much fun. Maybe one day I'll get back to Infinity Nikki. I haven't played it in like a month. I wish I could put it like on like my Steam Deck or a handheld or something. Maybe it'll come to the Switch too, who knows? If I can play Infinity Nikki on like a handheld console, like I would definitely be playing it more. Back in the days of YouTube poops, yeah. YouTube poop is like a lost art. Like, sentence mixing is like so much funnier and less like invasive and theft than like AI voices and stuff. I hate AI voices so fucking much. Like it makes my blood boil. But it's like it's funnier when it's like spliced together. Yeah. It's some poor animation style. Yeah, it was made in Gmod, I think. Skibbity Toilet. Which yeah. Yeah, what of the good old days. As Kay pointed out, the dirt in the suit contains small flecks of something gray. Captain 6 is still going strong? Even got fuck AI disclaimer? Good. Good. Huh? And? We discovered similar flecks stuck to an item belonging to somebody we recently had dealings with. The item in question being these gloves. Right. The dirt does look similar, but so what? What are you saying this stuff is? What exactly are these gray flecks of yours? Concrete! Surely they're flecks of concrete. Just ordered humor's age in a terrible manner. Yeah, that's totally... The little concrete flecks. And who did the gloves on which we found similar dirt and gray flecks belong to?
Chairman Winter. We found them in his garage.
That's right. We visited the garage at his home earlier today. And we found a pair of mechanic's gloves covered in dirt. And if I recall correctly, a sledgehammer and a shovel, too. So did he make these things? Why would a pair of mechanic's gloves be covered in dirt? I'll tell you why, because somebody wore them while they used that hammer and shovel. They smashed through the concrete to the dirt below, staining the gloves with both substances.
Wait, so you're saying?
Yes. We finally know what these footprints really are. It seems highly likely they were dug by Chairman Winner, running through the dog course. Highly likely? If that's so, then tell me this. Why the heck did he make them? What purpose could they possibly serve? Honestly, that's a really good question. Like, is it just to, like, fuck with us? Or did he actually want to, like, dig underneath the set? Digging something up. The package! Retrieve the package! 12 years ago! Oh! I imagine events unfolded somewhat like this. There was something on this lot that he needed to unearth. In order to do so, he cut the chain on the side entrance and gained access from there. He then used a sledgehammer and shovel to dig 3 footprints. When he found what he was looking for, he bagged it up and filled in all the holes.
Huh, but then Sean must have showed up, right?
I think he did, yes. Chairman Winner would have had to find a hiding place, and the Taurosaurus suit provided just that. Is the stuff he found, like, in that bag? Ah. Got all that from a pair of dirty gloves. It's good, but it's all just speculation. We don't have any proof that he was inside that suit. He could have dug those holes and gotten out of here before the kid even showed up. The bag! But he didn't, and there's proof of that right there in the footage. Yeah. We compare the situation as we see it now to the situation as it appears on Sean's rehearsal tape, and compare it in turn to what we saw in Chairman Winner's garage. Creever. My boy Eustace. I'm so proud of him. It's Sean himself.
Take that!
Is Francisco, like, coaching him in the courtroom now? Because right now he's prosecuting Fifi, right? I guess Franzi's just watching. Look at the bag next to the Taurosaurus suit. We saw the same bag in Chairman Winner's garage. The same bag, the dirt on the gloves. That is to indicate a connection, surely. I think that pretty much seals it. It was Excelsius Winner in that suit. And if he was in there, the president's body can't have been. Run! Ow! Good, it seems I can convince Agent Lang of the flaws in his theory. Somebody get the gem and Winner's house right away. We need to know what's in that bag. Yes, sir.
Y'all done lost your minds. I can't believe what I'm hearing here. What is this hog swill?
Girl. This is a fucking monster movie set. There's no shot. This is all we need.
Then right there's Taurosaurus footprints, dang it. Ain't no holes dug up by no old guy.
I think I've demonstrated more than adequately that's exactly what they are. Lotta, please.
Don't matter to me none, but you just did. I don't believe it, and that's that. I done told y'all I seen that big bad bull with my own 2 eyes.
The giant eye peering in at the window, I thought we gotten past that nonsense.
We ain't about to let that go. What kind of journalists would we be if we did, huh?
Responsible. That's the whole problem, please, Edgeworth.
Wait, ain't like I was just about the footprints, no how. You were seen fraternizing with one of them there monsters, ain't that correct, young man? By the young lady over there, if I'm not very much mistaken.
Oh my god, my voice feels so... Oh my god. My voice. Jesus Christ, my vocal cords. I'm never going to get anywhere with these two around. Yeah.
Maybe if we could prove to them it wasn't a monster either, they might finally drop it. What do you think, Mr. Edgeworth? Any bright ideas?
Prove that it wasn't a monster? Fine, I don't suppose there's much else for it. Let's see what we can do.
What are you two whispering about? Y'all are hiding something, ain't ya? Admit it. Quick, Tabby, roll tape.
Hold it!
Could I politely ask that you both calm down? The monster the boy was seen talking to, we know what it was now. It was the crane. Sean's rehearsal tape finally cleared up that particular mystery.
It did?
The point in which Miss Nichols thought she saw Sean with Gordy. Found him right when he was making his rehearsal tape. I think she mistook a certain object for the Oh my god, my voice! Oh my god! Oh my god.
I don't see no Gordy. This ain't nothing but a dumb snapshot. You're talking to a pro here. Can't fool me with no trick photography.
Take that!
Go you promo 2, Electric Boogaloo. Yes! Get that bag, Tanero. That's right. It was a camera crane. That is what Miss Nichols saw, not Gordy.
What?
Sean's rehearsal tape was shot from a noticeably elevated viewpoint. A viewpoint that would have only been possible if the camera in question was attached to a crane.
Bull. How the heck would she make a mistake like that, huh?
Objection!
How indeed. Miss Nichols?
Yes?
You told us you think you might need new glasses, didn't you?
Yeah. My eyesight got way worse all of a sudden.
And I imagine that when you thought you saw Gordy, he was quite heavily shrouded in darkness.
That's right. I only really saw a silhouette. Why, you done told us. Skin like an enormous worm, you said. Y'all better try and sell us your precious crane grew up and grew skin somehow. I ain't even no flesh on them there metal bones, let alone skin.
You're entirely correct, of course, about the crane as it was in this particular picture anyway. But it did have a skin of sort last night. Had a tarp on it.
I knew you were a scoop hater, but this is plumb crazy. You want Tabby me to starve, is that a—
Oh my god, Lotta, please. Oh my god. This is giving like waffles and pancakes on like Twitter. Like, this is not a monster, so you don't have a scoop here. Oh, so you just like don't want us to eat, you know? You don't want us to make money, you want to just be broke on the streets? Girl. That wasn't my intent at all. But I do think it's time I finally put them both out of their misery.
He shed his skin right here.
Take that!
Miss Nichols told us it seemed likely to rain last night. That never happened in the end. But I think Sean may have covered the crane with rainproof sheeting nonetheless. And that, my intrepid young reporters, is what Miss Nichols mistook for Gordy's skin. Let's run, baby.
What? Aw, heck.
Well, Sean, am I mistaken? You see everything, don't you? I gotta say, you're pretty amazing. I'm sorry, Miss Hart, but Miss Nichols' monster was no such thing. It was simply a trick of the light.
Aw. And just like that, the dream dies. Again. Chief?
Aw. They gonna bother me about the eye now?
Hey, I think that might finally shut them up. I thought the kid was holding out on us. It seems I could have maybe been a little wrong, maybe.
Alright. We know that the so-called monster was now. Everybody happy?
Everybody except these two.
Okay, please. Agent Lang! The President's autopsy report is out, sir. Is it? Let me see it. Death was due to full body contusions and bone breakages caused by extreme pressure from above. So we have our cause of death. He was crushed. Just as we thought. April 5th, approximately 11 p.m. That's last night, though. That's not the... April 5th. Not the date here. He didn't die until a full 24 hours after this, Lang. Results still haven't come back from the yellow substance found on his chest. Did we get the information here? Gunshot residue detected on right hand, flecks of yellow substance found stuck on clothing still undergoing analysis. Alright, death was due to full body contusions and bone breakages caused by extreme pressure from above. Alright. They did find gunshot residue on his right hand.
Gunshot residue? Guess he was a kid at heart, huh?
She did not mishear, she just wanted to be a little shit. Gunshot residue, Kay. It's a substance left behind when a firearm is discharged. Its presence indicates that the president may have used a gun.
Really? But we didn't find a gun anywhere, did we?
Indeed not, which makes the residue something of a riddle. We'll need to read that report carefully. Well, Agent Lang, that clears one thing up at least. The president didn't die from a fall, which means he wasn't pushed from the roof of the big building. He was crushed by the falling Torosaurus head, just as we said he was. Guess I have to accept that now. Fine, you're right.
Amazing! So does that mean Judge Cavell isn't a suspect anymore either?
Surely it must. Both the cause and time of death rule her out. She met with the president the night before last, but the autopsy report puts the time of death at around 11 p.m. last night. And we know the Torosaurus head fell around then too. The facts all line up perfectly.
Oh, what a relief.
Oh, there we go. Sorry. Might be a little too soon to celebrate. What? Sure, I think we can accept that. The falling head must have been what killed the president. But that begs the question of what could have caused it to fall? Or who? I mean, we know the table burned, right? We should think about who was here at that time. Sean and Penny, weren't they? What are you getting at exactly? You can't mean... I'm afraid I do. You did it, didn't you? Sean. The kid's hiding something. He was right here last night, right where the body was found. He saw the footprints, and yet he wants us to believe he knows nothing about what happened. That's a big ask, surely. We haven't yet established that the footprints had anything to do with the murder. So even if he did see them, that doesn't mean he was involved. Maybe not, but his face tells me different. As does the fact that he's shaking like a leaf. It does seem like Agent Lang might be onto something, but I don't think Sean's going to talk. Fine, keep your mouth shut, kid. I have a better idea. Why don't we let your tape do the talking? What exactly are you planning, Agent Lang? The police have some pretty sophisticated image analysis tools these days. You would go to such extreme lengths to see my son convicted. It's not ideal, but if the boy won't talk, we don't have any other way of getting to the truth. Detective Gumshoe, you have access to exactly such a device, do you not? So there's Lil V, yeah! That should make this nice and quick. Mr. Edgeworth, might I request that it be you who carries out the analysis in question? Because he'll be impartial. She knows he'll be impartial. I fear that Agent Lang might be inclined to believe the worst. Image analysis isn't exactly my specialty, but alright. Alright, let's look over here. Oh, Jesus Christ! That's a jump scare. There's a man there!
What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? Let me see.
Yeah, same, Kay. What is it? What's the matter? Show me. Mr. Edgeworth, the court asks that you share your findings. Zoom in on the top right part of the image and look closely. There's a person there. It's... the president! Oh my! What? You're kidding, right? Well, I'd say that's pretty decisive, wouldn't you? This doesn't look good for Sean at all. Wait, This doesn't prove anything. I didn't know he was there. I don't believe you. And the image does in fact prove something very important. That you and the president were here at the scene of the crime together. Admit it, kid. You murdered President Wang. No, that's ridiculous. Why? Why would he? Sean, you didn't. You can't have. Can you?
What do we do, Mr. Edgeworth? It's hard to push back against footage like that.
Surely even you can't deny this looks pretty bad for the kid, Mr. Prosecutor. He claimed he knew nothing about what happened. The president is right there with him. Sean, what are you not telling us? We have to know. He's right, Sean. Be honest now. It's the only way. The truth is, it was all my fault. Sean, what did you do? It was my fault the Taurosaurus head fell off the trailer. Did he set it on fire? I went up on the roof of the trailer to prep the kit I was using, and I turned on the heater while I was there. I must have left it burning when I came back down to run my lines. Then my mom called and I left the set to go talk to her. When I came back after the call, the Taurosaurus head had fallen from the roof and the president was just there lying next to it, so he saw him. No. We did find evidence of a fire having broken out on the roof. It was just a tiny one, so I put it out myself.
So we're saying the president died because of Sean?
If it did, that would make this whole thing just an accident. What did you do with the head after you found it on the ground? I took it apart, carried the pieces up to the roof, and put it back together again. So could we maybe take it apart and investigate the pieces, like, themselves? And see if there's any evidence on them somehow? You're saying you put out the fire and moved the head back to where it fell from? In other words, you tried to cover your tracks. You're a real piece of work, kid. It's not like I did any of this on purpose. I really did just forget to turn the heater off. Yes, and when the fire had burned through the legs, the table would have collapsed and the head
Would have fallen down onto the ground below. You're right. The fire caused the head to fall.
Indeed. And they also happen to have an idea about how the fire may have started. Those cans of paint thinner by the heater are pretty flammable. Not a great place to keep them. And you swear it was an accident? Seems a little convenient. What was the president even doing here in the first place? How the heck am I supposed to know? I didn't see anybody, I swear. I still don't believe you. Why would President Wang come to a place like this in the middle of the night? His reasons for coming here are something of a mystery, it's true. He met Judge Gavel up on the roof 2 nights ago, but he was also here on the movie set last night. Did he come to meet Sean? Or Excelsius? I think we need to go over the boy's statement very carefully indeed.
Hold it!
You're a fit and hardy young man, Sean. It's spring now, surely you didn't really need to fire up that stove.
Overruled.
He is a fit and hardy young man who needs to look after himself.
Objection!
Really, Your Honor? But he resorts to such measures even during— Edgeworth, what are you getting at? What does this matter? Seriously? You two are gonna argue over something like that right now? Yeah, it's petty. You made your point, Sean, and I've told you before to watch how you talk to people. I think he was criticizing you as much as he was me, Your Honor. Yes, Mom. Anyway, where was I?
Hold it!
You left it burning. You didn't think to check before you came back down to the lot? You need to learn more about fire safety, kid. I meant to, but I was thinking about my lines and the scene and everything else. It's not my fault I forgot. Everybody forgets stuff.
I sure do. So much stuff. I leave the air conditioner on in Mr. Edgeworth's office and the lights. I forget that he told me never to jump off the ladder on his bookshelves or make prank calls. But the one thing I would never, ever forget to do is turn off an unattended heater.
Girl, what did you just admit to here? Please, Sean, go on. Psst. He's like, I can't deal with this right now.
She's a lot, huh? Anyway, as I was saying...
Hold it!
It was the middle of the night, and the set was deserted. Why did you need to leave in order to talk to your mother? I forgot I was supposed to talk to her. I got confused, I guess. I thought if I didn't leave, she'd find out I was out of the hotel all on my own. Oh my god, I can't read. That doesn't make sense. You know that, don't you? Fine. Look, the camera was rolling and the mics were all live, okay? I didn't want our conversation on the tape where anybody could hear it. He was embarrassed about being recorded speaking on the phone to his mother. Aww. So I ditched the rehearsal and ran off set as quick as I could. He has to be a tough guy.
Hold it!
You pretended to your mother that you were back at the hotel during the call, correct?
How come you couldn't tell her you were coming back to the set to practice your lines?
Because she'd have phoned the hotel and asked them to send a car to get me or something. Could you not practice your lines in your hotel room? Of course I would have. A child your age shouldn't be out on his own late at night. Anything could happen to you. Children really can seem to see things from the parents' perspective, can they?
It's true the other way around too, you know, Mr. Edgeworth.
All right, Sean. Can you tell us what happened when you came back after speaking to your mother? Huh? Sure. So I came back and...
Hold it!
Were there any signs it was about to fall before you left? I don't remember. I was concentrating on my lines. But if I had broken out on the roof because of the heater you forgot to turn off, did you really hear nothing the entire time? No, I had my headphones on. Why? I was playing the soundtrack to the movie to help me concentrate, and I was playing it loud. So yeah, I definitely didn't hear anything. Except for the sound of your phone ringing when Judge Cavell called you. You know that cell phones vibrate these days, right?
Hold it!
Did you notice anything unusual about the body? I don't know. It was dark. He suddenly seems even more reticent than usual.
I don't think he wants to go back over that memory any more than he has to, Mr. Edgeworth.
I'm sure he doesn't. Is that really all it is? We gotta do it. It was dark, but you knew it was a body nonetheless. He's hiding something. I better find out what. Most people would cry out for help if they saw somebody lying on the ground. And yet you didn't. Yeah, because what was the point? He was dead. So you said. What I'm interested is how you were able to be so sure. Why were you certain he was dead? He was lying on the ground and that huge head was right next to him. Didn't take much to figure out what must have happened.
Objection!
You couldn't have guessed that the impact would have killed him. How did you really know? I'll tell you how, because you checked. Fine, I checked, okay? I was scared, but yeah, I went up to the body and I looked and he wasn't breathing. So I was right. And why try to hide that fact? Did he think he was responsible and that's why he hid it? How did it look? I couldn't tell if he was dead at first. There was no blood or anything, so it was hard to be sure. Nothing on his clothes. Nothing on his clothes. So the yellow stuff was added afterwards. Interesting.
Objection!
Nothing on his clothes, nothing at all. Yeah, nothing. Why? Is there a problem with that? There's something you're clearly hoping we've forgotten. What are you talking about? There isn't, that's not true. Unluckily for you, we remember it rather well. I'm talking, of course, about the yellow speckles on the president's chest. Do you know what that is? You've studiously avoided mentioning them throughout your testimony. An absence I find suspicious. Did he, like, throw up on the body? Or, like, that's kind of embarrassing. But for your sake, did you have a satisfactory explanation? Judge Cavell? Allow me to explain. But the yellow residue on the president's chest. I imagine it was from a bouquet of flowers. Lion lilies, to be precise. Lion lilies? 2 nights ago, when I met the president on the roof of the big building, I presented him with a bouquet. They're a type of lily with large yellow petals. I imagine that the substance on President Wang's chest was pollen from those flowers.
Huh? But they're not there in the printout from the security camera.
Only because the president is in the way. But why give him flowers? That is not something I am at liberty to divulge. What? More secrets? Are you serious? First you wouldn't tell us why you met with them, and now you can't even tell us about the flowers. My sincerest apologies, but all I can tell you is that I gave him the bouquet.
Objection!
A bouquet that was nowhere near the body when it was discovered. How do you explain that? I cannot. Nah, seriously, Your Honor. Oh my god, my voice. Some things you won't explain, the rest you can. Come on, you gotta give us something here. You wouldn't let this fly in the courtroom. What makes you think we'll accept it? Hey, you leave her alone. Sean? I threw the flowers away, okay? You did? So they were there when you first found the body? Yeah, they were right there on his chest. And they were squashed completely flat.
Oh, I guess that makes sense, right? They would have gotten crushed along with the president.
In this footage, can we look at the zoomed in footage? We can't. And the pollen would have been smeared across his jacket front. That does explain things rather neatly. But why remove the bouquet and dispose of it? Did he know that his mom gave that? Did he not want his mom to be suspected? Did he know that she was giving him those flowers? No reason. He's almost as evasive as his mother.
More secrets? They're quite a pair.
There is no secret. I know exactly why Sean disposed of the bouquet.
Huh?
You saw me leave the house with it, didn't you? Aww. He didn't want her to be suspected.
I get it. When you saw the flowers on the president's body, you remembered seeing your mom with them.
And he felt the need to prevent her from coming under suspicion. No, you got it all wrong. That's his least convincing lie. It's okay, you don't have to be like a cool kid. Aww. Alright. I often decorate our home with line lilies. I imagine that's why he remembered. So the flowers his mother was carrying showed up on the president's body. Did he carry them for a full day? Cause she gave them the day before he died. And because of that, he got rid of the bouquet and kept quiet about having discovered the corpse. Huh. Well, that ties everything up nicely, doesn't it? A little too nicely for my tastes.
Why? What's wrong with nice?
I guess you forgot, huh? The kid also told us he was responsible for the head falling in the first place.
Yeah, he did, but...
So he's still our only suspect.
Objection!
Brother. The finger of suspicion still seems to be pointing firmly in Sean's direction. However, wait. I can think of a far more likely culprit than the boy. What? Who? A person who was holding Sean captive until only a short while ago. That's right, we had to rescue him from a warehouse refrigeration unit down by the harbor. Refrigeration unit in a depot. Yeah. Lucky it wasn't switched on. Poor kid might have frozen in a popsicle otherwise. He was doing his best to call out for help, which is how we found him.
The sedatives had worn off by then, so he was wide awake and plenty loud.
Sedatives? Isn't that what you were given too?
Yup. He found the bottle on the floor of the unit. It was even the same brand. 3Z's. Apparently it's super strong.
I'm guessing there are no prints on it, probably. Surely that suggests that Sean is a victim, not a suspect. Somebody else was responsible, and I think they'd be behind all of this. Oh yeah? And this secret mastermind of yours was here last night too. That? I can't yet say. Huh. It's not like you to be so vague, Mr. Prosecutor. Sadly, we just don't have anything to tie our mysterious kidnapper to the murder of the president. Is that an early version of Feeney's? What Feeney's taking? No, it's a different thing. He took Cold Killer X in that case. Cold Killer does exist. They did actually mention Cold Killer by name in this game. But no, 3Z's actually makes an appearance in the Dual Destinies bonus case. Somebody other than Sean who could have committed the murder. I mean, the obvious one here is Excelsius. So I was right, the kid is still our only suspect. I mean, literally another man was here last night. We know that another man who was here. Somebody just recently proved, yeah. Chairman Winner. You think he killed President Wang? Why not? He'd proven that he was present. And if he was here, he's as viable a suspect as anybody else, wouldn't you say? Winner? Winner, could he really have? It's certainly another possibility to consider. 12 years ago, he was... that number keeps coming up! I love that she remembers, like, 12 years ago, specifically. You have to say that number so specifically, yeah. 12 is divisible by 3. Yeah. Divisible. Even if it did take a while for you to get what was coming to you. Agent Lang, what happened 12 years ago? It's nothing to do with you. This is 999! No way! No way! I think it has everything to do with me. It's clearly connected to this case. And you can prove that, can you? Go ahead, show me some proof that what happened 12 years ago has anything to do with this. Proof. If you can't prove it, this conversation's over. Yeah, look.
Take that!
This is a report about Bronco Knight. It was sent to Chairman Winner by Warden the Guard. This last part in particular should be of interest to you. Retrieve the package we laid to rest 12 years ago. In front of the planter. Rosie Ringer, the victim of a murder that happened the night before last. We don't know who sent it, but it does say this. Good luck getting your revenge for what happened 12 years ago. What? But something strange is going on, Agent Lang. Miss Ringer was murdered the night before last, and President Wang not long afterward. There's a connection between the two murders. There has to be. And I believe we can trace that connection to events 12 years in the past. Am I wrong? Are we gonna, like, actually play the past case? These are old wounds you're opening here. Insults to my family name. Please, Agent Lang, we need to know. Are we gonna see Baby Lang? Oh my god. Who on earth was that? Shifu! Oh, this guy. Oh my god. What do you do all do? Are these all his men? Or not all of them? He had like 100 men. We came to find you, sir. We're here looking into the incident from 12 years ago. Idiots. I'm not your boss anymore. Get back to your duties right now. We can't do that, sir. What? You're disobeying a direct order. Please, sir, I'm begging you, we all are. You'll have to reopen the investigation into the SS5 incident. We know you can't let it go until you figure what happened. We can't let it either. Well, Agent Lang, seems your former underlings want the events of the past examined too. You think it's that easy? That you could solve the case just like that? I mean, we solved a case that happened 18 years ago, so like, why not 12? I think we can, together. Well, alright then. Offer accepted. Yay! He's got his men back!
Nice! Then I guess it's my turn to step up.
I'm sorry, Kay.
You're looking into a case from the past, right? I just happen to have something that'll help with that.
Little thief time! It's Little Thief!
Sure do. If you can give me the details of the incident, I can wrestle up a little simulation for you.
Sadly, we don't have the files relating to the case. Is this also where it took place? On this lot? God, this really is Yakuza 0. The empty lot. Things happened here. Access to those files is restricted. They're top secret. Can we not get access to them? Somebody must have something to hide. Even I've never seen them. Everything I know I read in newspaper articles from the time. It's Mr. No, Edgeworth always, it's Kay's thing, it's Little Thief. Just like the head is Mr. Monkey, and even if he insists it's Mrs. Monkey, he's wrong. Just tell us what you can. Alright. The SS5 incident happened on a winter's day 12 years ago. February 10th to be precise. Oh my god, we're coming up on that. Your police received a call directly from the kidnapper. I've got the president of Zhang Fa. So he was kidnapped. And this guy is same president? This guy's been president for over 12 years? Okay. Yeah. SS5 is the official designation of the president's kidnapping case. The kidnapper wanted $100 million.
$100 million? How much money even is that?
More than you can imagine, it seems. The last person to see the president that night was my father. He grew up— oh yeah, what, Little Thief can add smell and texture and not just like a holographic projection now? They were together at the embassy of Zhangfa until midnight on the 10th. Nobody knows what happened with the president after that until he was kidnapped. Our government did everything they could to scrape together the money. They were desperate to save him. And in the end, they succeeded. The money was handed over and the president came home safely.
So President Wang was held head honcho even back then? Wow, go Mr. President!
I mean, a ruler being in power that long is probably not great. The length of time he stayed in power isn't even close to the most impressive thing about him. Agent Lang was clearly very fond of President Wang. I assume the kidnapping was thoroughly investigated? It was, but the investigation was top secret, as was the trial. The trial? So a suspect was arrested? Yeah, none other than our friend Fifi Lagarde. Ooh. They probably don't have term limits, but, you know, I'm a fan of term limits. I think term limits should be a thing not just for the presidency in the US, you know? Like, then we wouldn't have like a bunch of old farts who are so out of touch with reality in office, but like, hey, what do I know? Is that why you visited the prison? It is. I was put on what you might call extended leave from Interpol. So I thought I'd use the time to look into what happened 12 years back. And I wanted to see who I was dealing with. She was found not guilty then, wasn't she? Yeah. My father was in charge of the president's security at the time. But they held him responsible for the kidnapping and stripped him of his duties as president. Oh, fuck that. He stayed on the force, though. He worked the case alone, till eventually he found a suspect, Lagarde. And if he thought she did it, there's no way she was innocent. They declared her not guilty, and the case went cold. My father couldn't take it. He was broken, mentally and physically. Finally, he put the force all together. So he had solid grounds to suspect Warden Lagarde. He must have had evidence. He wouldn't have charged her otherwise. But I've never been able to see the materials from the case. I'm sorry, but that's all I know. Hiccup.
What do we do, Mr. Edgeworth? This is useful information, but I don't think it's enough for Little Thief to recreate the scene.
Is there really nothing we can do? You look like you could use a hand. Who's this now? Oh, hey! Where's Eustace? Hey, Franzi! Franziska!
And Mr. Fender!
I finally wrapped things up over at the courthouse, so we thought we'd see what you kids are up to. Here. Was Fifi found guilty? What's this? It says SS5 incident investigation report. Oh my god, how are they given access? Lang's like, oh, it's so top security, it's locked up so tight and everything, and I've never seen it. And then Franziska just like walks in here with it. Make it make sense. Hi Chris, how are you? Thanks for being here. Maybe Franziska's just that powerful. Never underestimate a mean lesbian. When Fifi Lagarde mentioned an incident from 12 years ago earlier, I couldn't help but wonder. So I decided to look into it, and this is what Interpol provided. They just gave it to her! What it do, gamers? I'm doing alright. My head, I feel like I'm a little all over the place today. My vocal cords feel strained. It's cold outside, and yet I'm like, yes, never underestimate a mean lesbian. Words of advice. Nice work, Franziska. Don't get the wrong idea, Miles Edgeworth. You're no longer a prosecutor. I didn't do this for you. She's so upset about that. Do I count as a gamer if I play only gotchas? Yeah, I would say so. If you play any video game, you are a gamer. Or unless you want to do that, no, you're not a real gamer. You're not a real gamer. The Alex Lee read of the "You're not a real gamer." Nice lesbians are fair game. Yeah. You play a game, you're a gamer. Exactly. I did it so that a colleague could solve his father's final case. I owe you, sis. But everything related to the SS5 incident was supposed to be top secret. Yeah, how did she get this? But that classification was applied by the prosecutor in charge of the case. Oh, I see. The elder millennial in the room has spoken. Agreed. He was the prosecutor in charge. Oh, no wonder she's innocent. Him again. Don't worry. Yes, what is it called? Pokemon is not a real game. Animal Crossing is not a real game. Stardew Valley, not a real game. Mobile games are not real games! Let's go! That's my kid! What is that? Yeah, he's been stripped of his authority. And that was in no small part thanks to the efforts of his own son. Eustace, I'm so proud of you! Eustace, where is he? So in defeating his father, he made the old case file available to us. Yes, that's my boy! You pre-found all the relics for Castories. Only need the planar ornaments. Nice. I know, Eustace coming in clutch. Prosecutor Eustace Winter is busy wrapping things up after the conclusion of the Lagarde trial. But he asked me to give you a message. Leave Dad and the guard to me. You focus on your case over there. Aww. He's even starting to sound like a prosecutor. Ah! That's my kid. I'm so proud of him. I really do feel like a proud parent here. Indeed he is. Aw.
All right. Now that we have the case file, I can recreate the scene no problem.
Can I, like, read it? Alright. February 10th, 12 years ago, President Zhang Ba kidnapped and ransomed for $100 million. President's presence at embassy until midnight confirmed by Da Long Lang. Excelsius Winter, Fifi Lagarde. Alright. Excellent. Let's get started. According to the file, the incident occurred exactly where the plaza is now.
Oh. Then what are we waiting for? With me, everybody.
Look at us, we got a whole crowd here. Alright, Kay. If you could set Mr. Thief...
It's a little thief, Mr. Edgeworth. Looks like there's more than enough here to work with. Where do you want to start?
Good question. It seems there was an eyewitness. A freelance journalist, I fell down. I fell down. I fall down. I fall down. 92.4% crit rate, 350 damage. Nice. Apparently, he was killed by the culprit for witnessing the kidnapping. Was he pushed to his death? Did he fall to his death? So this is where he saw it all happen, huh?
Here? As in the big building?
No, construction of the big building only began a year ago. Before that, it had been a piece of abandoned property. Wait, so they built that entire... Hold on, 1 second. The big building. They built that giant-ass tower in less than a year? I see where all the efficiency is. The justice system is horribly inefficient and flawed. But maybe all that incompetence was taken away from, like, construction and all. But this really is Yakuza 0, you know? An empty lot where things happen and then a tower being built up there later. Can we go sing karaoke after this? Do a little Dame Dane? Before that, construction companies undefeated, real. How are you into the stuff I know? 12 years ago, this place would have been... the Happy Family Home. Oh. Was it an orphanage? Like for retired people? It was an orphanage! And you know who had no parents? These kids, oh my god, these two kids were in this orphanage. One of which has to be Bronco Knight. And the other, I feel like we have to know who both of them are. Bronco and Simeon were here. An orphanage, in other words. Oh my god, the orphanage! Sunflower! This really is Yakuza! Bronco Knight, I mean, he's dead and he sucked, but like he's singing karaoke, a little dame dane, looking at a picture of that happy home or whatever, the happy family home. Da, 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 da. The place is run by Fifi Lagarde. Oh. She called it her happy little home. Just like what she called the prison. As the proprietor of the institution, I suppose it's understandable that she came under suspicion. President Wang, Excelsius Winner, and Warden Lagarde. Surely the SS5 incident must be related to our current case. Okay, could you enter the data related to the murder of Mr. Aldown? It seems sensible to assume that he was killed by whoever kidnapped the president.
So if we solve the murder, we solve the kidnapping. Nice.
All right, we're counting on you.
Go, Kay.
Bloop. Oh, Jesus.
What the heck is this?
When did I grow to become so blasé towards people's reactions to Mr. Thief?
Little thief, bitch!
We're seeing here is the front yard of the orphanage as it was 12 years ago. At least as far as the police reports describe it.
Yeah, this is how it looked when they started investigating at 7 a.m. the morning after the murder.
And it seems it had been snowing. Ah, from what I heard, the footprints wound up being pretty important evidence. The snow fell in the daytime of the previous day. In other words, before the incident occurred. Meaning that none of the relevant footprints would have been obscured by new snow. I think we'll need to pay these footprints some special attention. Alright. Before we get into our investigation, I'm gonna take a very quick bathroom break. I'm gonna run an ad in the meantime. I think I can do that. Yeah, I can run an ad. So I'm running an ad. We'll play some fitting music for play some fitting music while we investigate this orphanage. Hold on. Video game playlist, so laggy. 1 second. Alright, I'll be back.
Owl. I'm back.
Alright, let's get our in-game music back on. Hi. Abaddon, hello! You see Nosferatu! Oh my god, how was it? I want to see it. I don't have like anybody to go see it with. Like, I could just like go myself, but I don't know. How was it? I'm doing okay. Just kind of existing today, you know? You loved it? That's so cool. It looks very, very cool. See, like, I want to see it, but like, I don't know if like anybody in my immediate vicinity would also be like interested in it, or at least would like not appreciate it in the same way that I would. I don't know. I don't want to be like pretentious and be like, oh, I want to see a movie and like artistically appreciate it and everything. Like I live with people who like go to movies to be entertained, and like that's fine and all, but like sometimes I want to like appreciate like the actual like craft, you know? I shamelessly force my friends, as you should.
Boy howdy, is this ever a scoop? Whole world's gone green.
Oh my god! It's the dark hour!
Must be an outbreak of something. I'm seeing green trees, green people, green clothes, everything. They must be real sick if even their clothes are green. Looks like we wound up slap bang in the middle of the right dang place at the right dang time.
Sure did, Chief.
I don't think we're gonna get a word in edgewise here, Mr. Edgeworth. Edgewise.
And I don't think we want to.
Hello, Franzi.
How dare you, Scruffy! Don't you dare tell anybody. I'll just deny it anyway. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, you gotta help me out here, sir. What's the matter, detective? It's about the SS5 incident. What else? I know Chairman Winter isn't in charge anymore and all, but a top-secret file being available to us so quickly after his removal, something seemed off. So that got me to thinking, and I put in a call, and they told me that, well, the Miss Von Karma went to some pretty extreme lengths to get that file released. Ooh, curse you, Scruffy, I deny everything. How was my day? It was decent. I went to a bar class this morning, and it was very hot in there, actually. It was very crowded and it was kind of hot, and I guess, I don't know if I feel like I fully recovered and everything. Come with me to watch Nosferatu, I'll pay your ticket. Yeah, I'll buy your ticket, please, come with me. But like, the thing is, I don't know if I want to like actually appreciate the movie, I would want to go with somebody who like enjoys it, you know? Like when I went to go see Sonic 3 with my brother, we're both Sonic enjoyers, him more so than me. And we were just kind of like, he was like pointing out like references. This is before I played Sonic Adventure 2, and he would like point out references to the games like every time, whenever like they came up in the movie. And now that I've played the game myself, I'd be like, ah, I get that, I know that now. And then of course he had to tolerate with me making Snap Cube references at certain points in the movie, which, you know, it is what it is. But like, I don't know, I feel like those are the kind of people that I live with, you know, they just want to like laugh at movies and stuff and be like, ah, that. But for like a movie like Nosferatu, I don't know, I want to go with somebody who would appreciate it, you know? Hope you get enough rest, thank you. And I will try to get some rest tonight. Aw, Franzi! Your efforts won't be for nothing. I'll solve this case, you'll see. I love Franzi. Let's investigate everything that's not important first. Oh, hey. 3 planters, covered with snow. Oh, the flower's there! The lion lily. Is anything the matter, Agent 9? Yeah, something's not right. Wasn't able to look at the case file until now. Indeed. You have Chairman Winner to thank for that, it seems. Yeah. What's weird is, I've seen this scene somewhere before. Keep thinking I've got it, but then it's gone. Did the president have a picture of this place? You should leave him alone for now. Look at Kay's badge. That's the pin your assistant always wears, right?
Yup. It represents nature's toughest and fiercest.
Oh wait, this is the same dialogue, yeah. Debating about crow versus wolf. Yeah. The girls are fighting. Who's tougher, the crow or the wolf? I guess it does depend on the circumstances, like that old adage, like if you judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree it'll be found wanting or something along those lines. So I guess it really does depend on the circumstance. But like the two of them, they're just power scaling here. Wolf gotta reach first? What do you mean by that? Yeah, they're like kids playing like, oh, I attack you with my super laser. Oh, I have a shield that, like, I put up a shield. My super laser penetrates every shield. My shield is a special kind of shield, and even super lasers can't get through it. Like, that's what they're doing here. Oh, it's in the Wolf versus Raven? Do you mean like the Raven would win? Don't judge a book by its cover. Real. Ah. All right. Oops. Go back. Oh, you can't hit what you can't reach. I see. President Wang changed after the SS5 incident. I guess he felt his trust had been betrayed. I can understand that. But to cut ties with my family completely, after how close we've been for all those years, my father was desperate to make amends, to get just one chance to say sorry. But no matter how many times he tried to get an audience with the president, he couldn't. He couldn't even convince them to take a letter to him. One time he came home covered in bruises. Oh my god! Jesus. There's no point in making me sit through old stories that won't change anything anyway. I'll be the judge of that. It's okay, Lang. I want to understand. It's warm and fuzzy as ever, I see. Not that I expected any different. Aww. That case ruined my father. My family too. I come help me out your laser-proof shield so I can use my super laser to defeat you. But then I immediately pull up another shield before the laser can hit me. The people who failed to keep their president safe. That's all we were after that. He threw himself heart and soul into that investigation. He became obsessed, in other words. Hardly the best state of mind in which to undertake the inquiry. That is a distraction as I rush you. Oh, but I'm super fast. I have super speed, and I dash off to the side. Oh, you really don't pull your punches, huh? Look, just don't go thinking I'm only doing this because of my dad, okay? That investigation was solid. His work was meticulous and it was accurate, and always was. Yeah, I've got nothing. He interviewed every single one of those kids. Every single one of those kids, like Bronco Knight. Why are you shoving this in my face? You gotta be careful I don't... Lang, what is wrong with you? I'm just... What, are you like actually acting like a dog? Down, boy. Oh, Kay, hi.
I can't believe there used to be an orphanage right here on this spot. And then Warden Lagarde was in charge.
And that the SS5 incident took place there 12 years ago.
Yeah, they kidnapped the president of Zhengfa. That's crazy.
Did the president have a kid here? Did the president have a kid that he was visiting here? What if... Another crazy theory. What if Dijun Wang is Sean Fen's father? And he left him here at this orphanage. Maybe he was like the child of a mistress or something or whatever. I don't know. Or maybe the mother's like not in the picture. But the kid was 1 year old in the orphanage. I don't know. And they kept all the details of secret for all those years. The more I think about that,
the more you smell something fishy going on. Yeah, me too. What's even weirder is the people involved. I think we know all of them, don't we?
The God, Winner, President Wang. When I think back over all the cases we've been involved with recently, then I'll have like secret police ambush the kidnappers? I don't know. I can't but help but think they're all connected.
Then we have to dig into this latest mystery and snatch the treasure of truth from the inside of it. I'll keep updating the simulation as we find new stuff.
All right. Look over everything. So we're calling him Mr. Thief's... Kay, please correct him. Kay, why are you not correcting him? He's calling your tool by the wrong name. Okay, thank God. Thank you. I love when I write these games.
Come on, Mr. Edgeworth, it's Little Thief. And no matter how useful Little Thief is, If the information we plug is wrong, the simulation will be wrong too. If you spot anything that doesn't make sense, try comparing it to the evidence we collected.
We can examine and interact with everything in the simulation as if it were really there, correct? Mm-hmm. Alright. Mm-hmm. Sorry, my bang is being weird. My bangs are getting kind of long. I need to get them cut. And my color's faded a bit too. Need to get my hair redone. Although I think the salon I go to like upped its prices for this year, which, you know, is what it is. I know, the Apollo curse. Even just like literally writing the dialogue in this like just a small scene. Looks chiller than your chilliest look out here, Malzarino. Something you might have to warm. God, he is the embodiment of where my hug at. And like, it's a bit off-putting, I'm not gonna lie. I don't feel like he's trying to be slimy about it, but like, it comes off that way sometimes.
Can you maybe take this a little more seriously, Mr. Fender?
You game meister, anything. Like, if a man, like, if I met, like, if the first thing a man said to me after meeting me would just be like, all right, bring it in, I would run the other direction, like, goodbye. I'm gonna haircut in your dude the prices. 10 to 50 bucks, holy shit, that is a huge increase. Mm-hmm. What were Phoebes and the chairman up to, though? Where are they going with all this? Where indeed, I'd very much like to know that myself. And I'd very much like to know when you two are going in to admit how much you love your Uncle Eddie.
Ha! Not anytime soon. Come on, Mr. Fender. You're not taking this seriously at all.
You did for about 3 sentences, which is something of a record. Man. When I like talk to my brother, like, but I mean, I guess his hair is like very short, you know, he has like very short hair. And when he talks about like what he pays like going to like the barber and stuff, I'm like, wow, I wish that was the case for me. Cause like for me to get like a dye and a little trim, it's like $80, something like that. And like he's like baffled by that. Like I think he pays like 30 tops for his haircuts, and I'm like, I wish that was me, buddy. Can I help you, Mr. Edgeworth? It's like your jaw's got so much power that you need 90% of 50 bucks to pay the bill. I don't know. So if it wasn't 152, I would never get my hair cut. Oh my god. Mm-hmm. Go like redacted style of metaphor. Yeah. You seem to have completely recovered, Miss Faraday.
I have, and it was all thanks to you giving me back my promise notebook. Isn't it kind of crazy to think that I might not even be me right now if it wasn't for you?
I'm occasionally going to get a haircut to buzzing off mostly myself. I always catch the spots I miss. That's good. It's good to have that you can like do it yourself. My brother tried doing his, like buzzing his hair himself for the first time the other day. I don't trust myself with that though, especially because my hair is a bit longer and very fine as well. In a shirt, you sadly can't afford to have long hair. Yeah. I like long hair, but occasionally I have to cut it. Yeah, same. Like, I feel like I kind of want to try to grow up my hair just a tiny bit now. I like having shorter hair in like the summer and stuff, but I don't know. In the winter, I kind of want to like grow it a little bit longer. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Nonsense. I did very little, really. My returning the notebook to you and your memory being restored. These were simply examples of the goddess of justice at work. Except that neither of them have much to do with justice at all. I cannot thank you all enough for returning Sean safely to me. I can hardly bear to imagine how he would have felt if he had not come home. Hey, old guy, can't you see you're upsetting her? Aw, he loves his mom. See, he acts all like, yeah, but he loves his mom.
Look at our little knight in shining armor defending his mom's honor.
Shut up, I wouldn't have to if you didn't keep... That's enough, Sean. Mr. Edgeworth, if you'll allow me. Yeah, he's drinking a ton of milk because he's like 13, but he's probably not even 5 feet tall. So he's probably trying to grow taller. I'd like to apologize again. I failed in my duty as a servant of justice. He's also in the Taurosaurus movie, so he like... Bolting movie, yeah. Oh yeah, Gavella's back and she's being... Her and her son now, well, her son now, is being suspected of assassinating the president of Zhangfa. So that's where we are. I used to walk around with essentially a whole mane when I was back in my early 20s. Oh my gosh. I used to have like really long hair when I was a kid. I used to love having long hair. And then that's also was easier for like putting it up in like dance classes and stuff, because the more hair you have, like the easier it is to like put it into a bun and stuff. Like with this, I probably couldn't make a very good bun. But then I like cut it short. Her son is this kid. This kid. Which is odd. I'm pretty sure he's adopted because he's 13 and she's 26. So unless she got pregnant at 13, which is very alarming to think about, I'm pretty sure he's adopted. My theory is that he's the son of the president of Zhangfa and was at this orphanage, and after this whole incident, Verity, little 14-year-old Verity, took him in somehow. Yeah, this brat is her son, yes. When you guys a car purchase at the time, wasn't the brace for hair length in Tennessee summer? Oh no, yeah, I can imagine that would be really hot. I would like to apologize again. I failed in my duty as a servant of justice. I will not ask you to forgive me. I only ask you to understand that Judge Gavel, I don't presume to know the goddess of justice as well as you do. But she was a mother, was she not? Of other gods and goddesses? She was. I'm assuming this is not like a real like god, because we don't have a name. It's not like a real mythological figure. But who is like the god or goddess of justice, or like in like Greek mythology or something? I actually don't know. Athena, maybe? I don't know. I don't know who the closest would come to that. Athena, maybe? I don't know. Athena Sykes mentioned? Their judgment requires personal circumstances to be taken into account. I'm sure she would understand. Perhaps your beloved goddess is more merciful than you give her credit for. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Huh. What are they even talking about?
Don't worry, Sean. I don't have a clue either.
So things are finally settling down after Warden the Guard's trial. It would seem so. Sentencing is still to come, but the guilty verdict should stand. And do not worry, Excelsius Winter's connection to the case will be thoroughly investigated. Have faith, Mr. Edgeworth. Eustace is a changed man. My kid. You simply had some growing to do. But then don't we all? Kay included.
Huh. Kinda feel for him now. I said some pretty mean things, but I'll make it up to him next time I get the chance.
Yeah, haven't we all said mean things about him? Yeah, Kay catching strays there. Oh, Themis is the goddess of justice. That makes sense. Themis, that makes sense.
My ass.
Themis is ass cracking, baby. That is the name of the legal academy. And Tears of Themis. That makes sense. Ha ha ha. Wait, Themis in 14 as well. Sorry, I can't think about Themis 14 or else I'll start getting emotional. I think it's Roman mythology. It's just Justitia. Justitia? Is that how it's pronounced? We need to focus on the case at hand. Yeah, I would assume that comes from that. Man, I really wish I took Latin in high school. My school offered Spanish, French, and Latin, and I took French because I was sick of taking like bad Spanish classes all throughout grade school and I wanted something different, but I'd heard Latin was like really hard and I was like, you know what? I'm already stressed out enough as is. I'm just gonna learn French because also it's very cool. I want to be French, oui. Latin for the win, yeah. But I really wish I took Latin now because it's the root of like so many words. I didn't take it because I heard it was really hard, but there's so much like etymology that comes from it, and I really wish that I had taken it now. A Norse god is Forseti of justice. Paganism and all religions are like so intertwined with our current culture. Yeah, it's so fascinating, and like just hearing how like the roots of words like come from like their names and everything too. I know, I wish religions weren't as oppressive. Yeah, like religions like in concept and like the stories that come with them, it's so fascinating. But when people like apply it to like enforce that way on lives of others or use it to like control other people, that's when it gets to be an issue, yeah. Your choices were Spanish, French, and German. Ooh. Shani Dev is the Hindu god of karma and justice. Ooh. Like, honestly, I would love to just take like a world religions class or something, you know, just to study about like each like beliefs like totally like objectively and everything. But when they're used as tools of oppression, that's when it gets to be an issue. These planters.
According to the case file, the yard stretched around 3 sides of the orphanage. And there were 3 planters on each side.
Okay. Yes. Planters arranged in a very particular pattern. Do you have anything that looks like that? Oh, can we inspect? Have we? The diamonds like that?
Shame there aren't that many flowers, but I guess it was the middle of winter.
Yes, but look at that one. It's bright yellow.
Weird. How come there's only one? It looks like somebody dropped it.
That's a lion lily, if I'm not very much mistaken. A rare member of the family Liliaceae. There we go, Latin words. One thing that sucks about being here in Tennessee, the narrative of religion, how life should be lived. Yeah, that sucks. I really feel for people who live in like areas where that's like far more like enforced than usual. Like, I feel very fortunate that like, even though I was like raised Catholic and went to Catholic school, like I never felt like in classes I felt like it was like shoved down my throat, but not by like my parents or anything. Like, the main reason that I went to Catholic school is because like the academics were like generally better than those in the public schools in the area, and that's, my parents just wanted like a better education for me. So I think that was the big motivation for that. I mean, there was like a bit of like fear-mongering and stuff in there, no? Like, we like reminisce on this like a bunch in our house. Like, back in like 3rd grade or something, they were telling us that like, if you don't go to church every week, like you're gonna go to hell, so make sure you go every week, and if your parents can't take you, like go to your neighbor and ask them to take you to church. And we're like, looking back on it now, it's so funny. Like, imagine like you're just like living in your house and like the kid that lives next door comes up to you one Sunday like,
Hi, can you take me to church? If I don't go to church, I'm gonna go to hell, so I need you to take me to church.
Like, what the fuck? Why are they telling kids this? Like, to shift more and more towards becoming an atheist or remain monotheistic than be polytheistic? That is valid. That's a valid choice. Like, religion is very much a personal choice. Certain people, yeah. There's a non-heterosexual, non-white, non-male character in my game. How dare they? Real. Yeah. I know, those kinds of people just make me... God. People who like complain about that kind of stuff, I'm like, do you actually try to enjoy things? Have you ever interacted with another person in your life? Yeah. Like, but yeah. Anyways, Latin words. A lion lily, you say? They're a lost cause, yeah, like... It sucks. Like, it sucks that people are like that and like can't be persuaded by like any kind of means necessary. Like, it's like they're just looking for arguments. They don't want to have like a logical like conversation and everything. Like, I think about this a lot when a lot of people like started moving over from Twitter to Blue Sky, and like people were complaining, oh, you're just like building like a left-wing echo chamber there. You're not gonna have any actual productive conversations. Well, first off, the whole idea that like social media has to be a place for like debates and discussions and everything needs to be changed. Like, it's a way for people to connect with like like-minded communities, not just in politics, but like other things, like shared interests and stuff. Like, you don't have to be arguing all the time. That's not the whole point of that. That's not how it should be. But then again, the people that were like saying, oh, you're just building like an echo chamber, you need to have like more opinions and stuff, like, you come into my replies and my comments, which is full of insults, and you don't actually want to have a productive conversation. You are just there to be hurtful. I don't need that in my life. I don't want or need that in my life. And the less I have of that in my life, the better. So get the fuck out. We don't have really proof that God exists behind the holy books of each religious group. Yeah, due to the power of the churches and everything. Yep. Very true. Like, right now, I guess the closest thing I would say is that I'm agnostic, I guess. That's probably the closest to what I am. I try not to think about, like, the afterlife and everything too much because that will send me down a whole existential crisis, because I'm always like, what if, like, there are so many religions out there? Like, what if you have to pick, like, the right one or else you're gonna go to hell or whatever, like, the condemnation or, like, whatever, like, the bad places. And sometimes, like, yeah, that's why they got everything. They don't care. They don't want to have a conversation. They just want to be assholes. They just can't accept the fact that their way of life is not the only one. Very, very true. They're so, like, their heads are so far up their asses, they just can't see anything else. And if there is no afterlife, you won't be conscious to realize if you're there. That's true. And yet that also scares me. I don't know what scares me more. Oh, hi, Akechi. Honestly, I don't know what scares me more. The idea that there is an afterlife or the idea that there isn't. Because if there is an afterlife, do I need to live my life on Earth in a way that prepares for entry to that? Like, is there, like, some objective moral code? Which, honestly, I don't believe, like, things are very, like, subjective, you know? But do I need to live my life in a very particular way to get there? And also, if there is no afterlife, that's just it. There's nothing. Oblivion scares me. The thought of there being absolutely nothing also scares me. The thought of, like, I don't know, not to get, like, so existential or everything, but I don't know what scares me more, to be honest. Yeah, catchy jump scare. Yeah. You gain qualia once, no reason that doesn't happen again. That's true, I know. For a religious person, it just betrays their belief. The idea that there's, like, you don't even know that there's anything there, yeah. I suffer from fear of eternal oblivion. I know, I don't want to, like, scare you guys, too. Like, is there really just nothing? Is it like eternal dreamless sleep, or like there truly is nothing? I don't know. I can't think about this. I will start spiraling. The only thing they're good is leaving people behind that needed and or loved you. Yeah, that's sad too. And I don't know what this says about me, like my mentality, like growing up, but back in like high school and stuff, I used to think, oh no, like, when I die, there are gonna be so many good, like, books and movies and, like, stuff that are released after I'm dead, and I'm never gonna be able to, like, read or watch them, and, like, how do I live with that? And I'm like, unless there is, like, an afterlife where I can read and watch those things after I'm dead, I don't know. See, I used to worry about the strangest things. I don't know what that says about my brain. I've always just been like this, I guess. Stop focusing on, look at the shame lurking into Cam. I don't know how we got here, but I hope you're doing well. Yeah, that's like what causes dread. Energy isn't destroyed, but consciousness may not take another form. Yeah, that scares me. You gain qualia once. I am Angie. I see for no need for not to repeat again if the universe is infinite or if they're infinite universes. That is very true. Now we're getting into the multiverse. Are there multiple universes out there? Are there alternate realities? Can we shift into other timelines? Is this zero escape? Yeah, leaving people you cared about or the thought of them suffering, that is really sad too. I'm not having a crisis, which according to the chat is this exact moment. I'm sorry if we're all just experiencing existential dread here. I don't mean to like scare anybody here. I've been thinking about this for a while. Yeah, consciousness can be explained by science. Interesting. Because, like, I was, like, wondering that too, but quality cannot be explained that easily. I always thought about that too, like, I guess there's another question, like, does the soul exist? Do humans have souls? And, like, that's another thing we always talked about in school, like, that humans are the only living beings that, like, have souls. And therefore, like, humans are made in, like, in Christianity and stuff. Humans are made in God's likeness, which... Is this what God looks like? I don't know. God is like some entity up in the sky. If he is real, like he can take on any form he wants, I'm sure. But like the idea that like only people with souls can like go to heaven. So like when your dog dies, they don't go to heaven. Your dog's not gonna be up in heaven when you go there. But if heaven is supposed to be a perfect place, wouldn't I love to see my childhood dog there again at some point? You know, like that's a whole other thing. Those are real facts. Very true. Qualia is one of those things. What you are never truly leaves the universe, and what you do in this life imparts you into what you affect. True. That's another thing I think about. Like, I don't want to be, like, forgotten, like, long after I'm gone, you know? Like, not to on a whole other tangent there. I sold my soul for a pack of gum and found another couple of souls in the dumpster, please. I know, P3, God, P3 made me think about this a lot too. Very much so. Like, it makes me sad when I think about, like, names that we know of, like, throughout history. Like, it's the people who have, like, been renowned or famous, accomplished things, you know? What about, like, the average everyday people that, like, the common folk that lived in those times? Do we, like, are there any, like, records of their names? Like, is there any, like, proof of their existence? Simply because they didn't achieve something that the world, like, perceived as, like, big or, like, globally changing or whatever? Like, I don't know, the idea that there are so many names that have been so, like, completely lost to history makes me really sad. And like, maybe if you, like, trace your lineage or whatever, if you have, like, family records, you could go back, like, a couple hundred years or something like that. But I don't want to, I don't know, it makes me so sad to think about all the people that are, like, lost to time. Death is, like, the pain of leaving people behind and not being able to comfort the help of people you cared about real. Yeah, Crawley is personal and beyond science. I don't even know what I believe anymore. It all just stresses me out. I think the ads are saving you here, Ridley. Anyways, lion lilies.
Didn't Judge Goodell give President Wang some lion lilies?
What is the same flower doing here? This can't be a coincidence. There shouldn't be subjective side to knowledge in terms of science, but yet here we are. True, yeah, there are some people who simply decide to ignore science for their own agendas. That is also a thing.
I believe this particular cultivar is from Asia, where it's said to symbolize the bond between parent and child.
I wasn't aware you were so knowledgeable when it came to flowers, Francisca. Unlike my husband. That is one way you differ from that man. What I just told you is common knowledge. Is it really? I don't think it's common knowledge, Francisca. What's this? There are burn marks here on this pillar.
The report says there was a fire sometime on the evening of the incident.
A fire?
Let's see, where was it again? Oh, yeah, one of the orphans set fire with some kerosene. Some sort of prank, probably.
They sound like a lively bunch, possibly too lively. Yeah, haha, just setting a fire that could potentially burn down the whole place. What a fun prank! It seems their antics spoiled our chances of finding any footprints near the entrance of the building. Okay. One of the children set fire. Was it Bronco Knight? Or Simeon Saint? Or a secret third person? Was it 1-year-old Sean Fenn? Did they give the 1-year-old a lighter and kerosene? I love when we talk about heavy subjects. Honestly, I do too. And it's good to know that, like, even though we... it's good to know that I'm, like, not the only one who, like, worries about these kinds of things. Like, we all kind of have, like, this... We're all part of the human experience, and we all have our own perspectives and ideas of, like, how to spend our time, what comes next. All of that, and, you know, even if it's a little... Even if we have some differing thoughts and experiences and whatnot, like, we can still... connect, or we still share those experiences. Oh my gosh, sorry, Ridley, in the case of my afterlife is a fresher thought. Oh, I'm so sorry about that, Ridley. I'm so sorry. You have my condolences there. That... Yeah, having somebody in your life pass away really does make you think about all of this. The wildest part of the day he passed was the first time I wound up here. Oh, Ridley, I'm so sorry. But... I hope you're doing better now. Grieve in whatever way you need to, because it is a long process. I mean, grieving grief looks different for everybody, and just mourn in whatever way you need to. The entrance of the big building, yeah. It's been over 40 days since my aunt died. Oh, I'm so sorry, River. Yeah. In 2 days, it'll be 2 months since we lost Cooper. I do feel like I have healed a bit. I mean, it still hurts. We've adjusted. And we know we have like a new normal now, but we do our best to get through it. For me, it's been complicated. I'm so sorry about that. She was the only one that was nice from my father's side. Oh, I'm so sorry.
But this is supposed to be how things looked 12 years ago. Was it there the whole time?
Seems the architects worked the old archway into the structure of the new building.
The future is simply the past reheated. I think I heard that somewhere.
And for once, it seemed you might have remembered it correctly.
But 12 years is a long time to reheat something for. If it was your lunch, it'd be ruined.
Okay. There's RK.
An igloo shaped like a bear.
Oh, I clicked too fast.
A perfect balance of cuteness and scariness. I guess you could call it a big glue.
Good one. It is quite large. You could probably fit as many as 3 people inside it.
Yeah, and they could live in there for 3 whole years.
3 years? And what about the summer? Wouldn't the... Edgeworth! He was gonna call it by her little funny name. Oh, Edgeworth. He's my dad, but he's also the one person I know who can never truly get who I am and my greatest source of fear. Yeah, I can imagine there would be some very complicated feelings with that. I'm so sorry about that.
Again, say it again, Mr. Edgeworth, please. One more time.
Wouldn't the igloo melt?
Aw, you're no fun.
Almost got him. A tortoise and a hare, inspired by the children's story, no doubt. The tortoise raises this beady hare and wins.
Alright, time for a K Faraday pop-up quiz. Why did the hare lose the race? I'll give you 3 options.
I don't need 3 options, Kay. He lost because he stopped to rest and fell asleep.
Number 1, the hare's favorite running shoes were stolen by the Yatagarasu. Number 2, the tortoise trained with the Yatagarasu and got so fast that he won. Number 3, the real winner was the Yatagarasu who plotted the surprise secret victory.
Oh my god, I love Kay.
Too hard? Alright, I'll give you a hint. The option you're looking for starts with a
Well, that definitely narrows it down. I love Kay. Aw. I'm in sort of a similar spot where our relationship keeps going downhill. I am so sorry. Oh, parents. Is that everything aside from like the footprints on the body? Oh, there's the bench. It's a porch swing with an elephant's face on it. In my case, it can be improved only because I let go of a lot of pain. Sometimes you do need to do that, but that's a solution for the road, yeah. And like what works for you might not work for everybody. But if it helps you, then that's good. Behind it is what appears to be a motor.
You know what every dedicated swing fiend always wonders, don't you? If they can swing all the way over the top and back again. Maybe a motorized swing could finally make that dream come true.
I used to think about that a lot when I would like play on the swings as a kid. I used to like to jump off the swing. I used to like to swing really high and then just jump off when the swing was at its highest height. That was definitely not safe, but I used to do it anyway. P3, I know, P3. Yeah, it does make me think of anything dealing with existential stuff like that and like life and death. It stresses me out. But P3 also gave me a sort of like a sense of comfort. Wet grass sucked for leap. Yeah, that was always the worst. Landing on just like, it was all like bleh when you land. Only ones I can get along with is my aunt and my grandma from my mother's side. Aww.
And what dream isn't, huh? Nothing ventured, nothing gained.
True, but hardly applicable in this case. Footprints. These footprints stop by the body.
I guess it means they belong to Mr. Aldown, right? His feet are pretty big. What's that, about a size 12? According to the file, they were the same size as his shoes. It's a match.
Feet. The stream has been the most welcome I ever truly felt. Oh my god, really? That's so sweet. That means so much to me. Thank you. Yeah, I want this to be just a place where, like, we can just chill, hang out, enjoy a silly game together, but also just not be alone. Because, I don't know. I guess in, like, the years, you know, with the pandemic and like graduating college and just going back home, I've experienced quite a bit of isolation over the past couple years, and streaming, online communities, stuff like that helps me feel less alone. Just sharing my thoughts and putting them out there and realizing that I'm not alone in these thoughts. It's comforting. I never used to swing to go that high. I was too young and scared that I wouldn't be able to hold on or have the inertia force eject me. Oh no. I used to always love just like also twisting like the swing and then like spinning it too. The swings that we had in our yard had like a white plastic coating like over the chains, and I used to like twist the swing so much that like that coating would always like start to fray off. Al fell down, the man who witnessed the president's kidnapping. But what exactly did he see? Oh my god, a brick! He got bricked!
I based this part of the recreation on one of the crime scene photos.
The swings were made with like actual bars, no chains. Oh my gosh. That's interesting. Seems he suffered a blow to the back of the head.
Yeah, from that brick right there. They figured it must have been taken from here in the yard.
Looks like the blood flowed from the head wound and spread over the surrounding area.
Here, a gift for you. This is Mr. Aldon's autopsy report.
We have so much evidence. We have 3 full pages of evidence and we're on page 4. And we have almost 3 full pages of people too. Al fell down. Is that supposed to be I fell down? I mean, he did fall down here when he got bricked. They were easier to do a loop if he had enough inertia, but at the same time was too scared to try. Oh no. Was it like... I can kind of see if it was kind of like... I'm trying to think how... Yeah. Brain. Jesus. Now I'm too old, so it'll take me longer to heal. Oh no.
Somebody's dropped a yellow flower here. It's a lion lily, right?
According to Franziska, yes. They're originally from Asia, if I recall correctly.
Yep. And she said it symbolizes the pond being painted or tiled, right?
Kay, see, Kay does this on purpose. I love her for it. It would hurt a lot more real. My bones in my body don't heal like they used to. Even just like colds and stuff. Like, I used to bounce back from a cold like so quickly when I was a kid, and now it like knocks me out. Even just like having a little bit of like sniffles and stuff, I still feel like exhausted. The cell phone must have belonged to the victim.
You're right. Yeah, it says here in the file that Mr. Aldon made a call while he was watching the kidnapping.
A call? To whom?
His girlfriend.
His girlfriend. Seems he called her when he saw that the president was here. He was straight and he had to die for it. I've gone the other way. It takes more than that to draw me. Oh, that's good. I wish that could be like me. She didn't pick up, so he left a message.
That's in here too, if you want to hear it.
Please. Rosie! Yes, they did say her fiance or her partner was like, I don't think they were engaged, but they did say her partner was the victim in this incident. Anyway, I'm here at the orphanage. Something weird's going on. The orphanage. Were they a child? Is there a child that they need to see? President Wang is here for some reason, and there's another... Damn it. The light's out, so I can't quite see, but... Looks like he was being kidnapped. Anyway, probably nothing. Psst. Always like, yeah, the president might have been kidnapped, but who knows? Simple pills weren't doing it for me. I needed actual strong prescription meds for like colds and stuff. Oh no. The pharmacist gave anyways. Oh no. What were those sounds at the end? I mean, I used like over-the-counter like cold medicine and stuff, but I only ever got prescribed antibiotics for like strep throat and your like ear infections and stuff. He must have been attacked while he was still on the phone. So they're not feeling the effect of over-the-counter pills anymore. Oh no. Agent Lang, can I ask you something? Mr. Aldon's girlfriend, what was her name? Ringer. Rosie Ringer. At least that's what I heard. Yep. Just as I thought.
Wait, you mean?
Her revenge for what happened 12 years ago. Yep.
Ooh, boy.
Oh boy, indeed! His whole revenge plot. Very appropriate sound effect there.
So she really was out for revenge on Chairman Winter, wasn't she?
Perhaps it was for his suppression of the kidnapping. Or perhaps it was because she thought he was one of the kidnappers. Yeah, you got that expert chime in there, Melly. I need to get back to like adding like sound alerts for like bits and stuff. Because I have like different like bit amounts trigger like different sound alerts from like different video games. I need to add some more. I need to get back into that. Al Falcon, freelance journalist. Killed after witnessing the kidnapping of President Wang.
Even in the recreation, it's pretty gruesome, huh?
It's even worse than the actual crime scene photos. There's a lot of blood. He seems mostly to have come from the back of his head. As you can see, that area is completely caked. There's also a child here watching this recreation. Even if it is like a hologram. There's a kid here on the scene with us.
Yeah, the autopsy report said that's where he was hit with the brick.
Did I read that? Oh yeah. Believed to have been murdered during a call when he was detailing something he'd witnessed. February 10th at approximately 1 a.m., 12 years ago. Loss of blood, blah, 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 blah. Alright. There's Rosie Ringer. Wait, hold on. He was 31 when he died. And this is 12 years later. And she's 33 now. Oh my god, were they like... Jan, she was with the man who was like 10 years older than her. Jesus Christ, girl. Girl! Take care of yourself, please. Two wingnut journalists into a presidential murder scene. Oopie. The kid is Sean Fenn. Looks as if he's clutching something in his right hand.
Oh yeah, they mentioned that in the file somewhere. Let's see.
Is it a button? Torn from the attacker's clothing, perhaps? So the victim was carrying a camera.
Oh yeah, according to the file, they covered a picture. Yeah.
Oh Jesus. That's not Eddie. Not our Eddie. Oh my god, the button. Oh, that's where the button came from. And the president has some bazookas. Look at that. Dijon Wang, big naturals. We need a mod that like really accentuates those for this game.
Yeah, Sean, that's strawberry jam. He just fell asleep after eating too much in front of the building. He threw the jar so people wouldn't realize he ate it all.
That's Eddie. No, Eddie was pretty young at this time. I don't think he did anything. I don't know. But we got a mysterious person.
It's the president, right?
What if this kidnapping wasn't staged too, was it? I mean, this man has staged an assassination attempt a few days prior. Who's to say he didn't stage a kidnapping event too? I don't know. Somebody's pointing a gun at him. This must be what Mr. Aldown witnessed.
So the person in the trench coat is the kidnapper?
Yes, I imagine they were trying to conceal their identity. But if Agent Lang's father theoretically was correct, the person wearing that trench coat is Warden the Guard.
How come they only found the one picture?
He probably wasn't able to take any more before he was attacked. Alright, only one picture. Brick. This was the brick used in the murder.
There's stuff made of bricks all around the yard here. He probably took it from somewhere nearby, huh?
These other footprints, is that everything? I think, oh, shoes. Footprints were a key part of this case. Those are some massive feet, holy shit. There was information about the shoes in the file, correct?
Yeah, let's see. They were size 12, feet were clean.
No corns, no athlete's foot, oh my god. Do we really need the details of his feet?
Beige socks, thermal underwear in the same color. He dressed old guy style.
Why do we need all these details?
Brighter socks would have really made that outfit pop. Why not live a little?
So true, Kay.
And that's it for the fashion rundown.
Shout out to whoever left these amazingly helpful comments. They're a little too in-depth, too. I thought it was going to be a plain old investigation report. Yeah, whoever wrote that was kind of a freak. Oh, we already, did the hand. The button in the hand. The picture. Is this a right hand on the... There's 4 fingers. That could be a right hand? I don't know. This finger looks longest. That looks like a middle finger almost, because that is the longest finger. So that would be left hand then. I don't know. I do not know. There are a bit say about big feet. They have long stalks. Stop. Two smaller sets of feet. Or no, one small set of feet. These footprints go toward the body and come back.
According to the case file, they're thought to be the killers. They're about a size 9. Pretty average, in other words. It seems the police weren't able to track down who the murderer was from them, though.
Do we not have Fifi Lagarde's shoe size? And also, is it size 9 in, like, men's? Are shoe sizes unisex in this universe? This looks like a snowman, but it's mostly melted.
Well, it's no wonder he's all slushy. He's wearing a hat and a scarf. He must have been all roasty toasty. Aw, look at his cute little button eye just lying there.
He probably would have frozen back up again at dawn, though, you know? That's when it's usually coldest.
I don't think that would have helped much, Mr. Edgeworth. If a melted snowman froze again, it wouldn't turn back into a snowman. Duh, you idiot. It would turn into an Iceman. Come on, Edgeworth, use your brain.
What? Oh, he's flabbergasted. That's what I... Edgeworth, you little shit. Oh my god, oh my god. Oh, he's like, no, I won't go along with your antics. Are they universal? Oh, does Europe have different measurements? Yeah, I don't know. I guess we'll just have to keep playing and see. Is that everything I can inspect? Is it logic time? We got the burn area. The door. I think we inspected everything. Alright, yeah, we got everything here. The body, the planters, yeah. Logic. Let's see. The brick is from a planter. What? Okay. Well, I guess I don't have enough information. Wait a goddamn minute! That's the same location all these were in! The same location as the planters, because, like, I guess he didn't know what planter they would have been in. So that's what our monstrous hoof prints really were.
Wait, what?
Recall the arrangements of the prints, now compared to that of the planters. Yar!
Whoa!
That's right, I believe the footprints located exactly where our planters once stood. The chairman when it was digging around the front of them? Aha! He was. And what might he been, was that, okay, saying that? Yeah, he was looking for the thing. We have a piece of evidence in our possession that answers exactly that question. The report on Night. Recall, if you will, the report that Warden the Guard sent to Chairman Winner. In it, she mentioned something that had been laid to rest in front of a planter.
You think she was telling him where to dig? But why 3 holes?
His report didn't specify which of the planters she meant.
I get it. So he wasn't sure which one it was.
Some if not most socks are made in line with all measurements, but in terms of marketing, yeah, baby size, young child, and adult size. Yeah. In the States, I know there are sometimes, like, slightly different sizes. Like, this sock will fit, like, say, size 6 through 10 or whatever. Like, and there are some, like, extra big socks. Because, like, for people who need bigger ones, yeah. So ranging between, like, 30 to 46. Holy!
Which meant he had to try and dig up all three.
I imagine so, yes. Poor Chairman Winner.
But why go through all that trouble? What was he looking for?
The brick? Did they really just bury the brick? I think that's about all we can learn from the scene, but oh, maybe not.
Alright, how about I try to show you how things looked earlier on that night?
That would be very much appreciated. Could you take us back to the moment in which the victim witnessed the kidnapping?
Sure. I'll use the photograph he took. Here goes nothing.
Tube socks! Tube socks are very cozy. I don't know, the compression is... I like it sometimes. Oh, Jesus. My god, is that the Danganronpa Gray Man? Here's Mr. Alden in the middle of the planters.
And there's the president and his kidnapper out by the road.
My father based his investigation on the evidence Alden provided. That was why he thought the kidnapping and the orphanage were connected somehow. And how he wound up suspecting Fifi Lagarde. She was the one running the orphanage at the time. Exactly. When the case went to trial, Excelsius Winter put a big hole in that theory. He did. Yeah. After all, the president and the kidnapper weren't actually on the grounds of the orphanage. So it was hard to conclusively prove any kind of connection.
Huh. So they were never seen inside the gates of the orphanage.
Detectives busted gut to find evidence on the scene, and then prosecutors come along and twist it for their own ends. Winter and Lagarde were working together. They had some kind of deal, I'm sure of it. Size 40 E would be like a 9 US men, 7 US female. Okay. Okay. Got Lagarde acquitted. Because I believe in the US, like... Yeah, 9, 7, 7 UK, yeah. I believe, like, the size is, the size conversion is, like, between, like, men's and women's shoe sizes in the US is, like, 2 sizes down from the men's is the women's size. So, like, if I wore, like, a size... Like, I wear a size 10 women's. If I wanted to wear, like, a men's shoe, it would be a size 8. But I don't know if I would do that. Like, I have pretty narrow feet. Like, when I was a kid, I always had to have, like, the narrow shoes. But yeah. Your father was convinced Lagarde was the culprit, correct? And you say he was a gifted and thorough investigator. You must have a more to support his theory than just Mr. Aldown's message, surely? Yeah, he must have. I just don't know what it was. It wasn't exactly a case he liked talking about. Agent Lang's father. What if he was involved in the kidnapping? I don't know. What if? Trusted ally and confidant of President Wang. He discovered truths that were subsequently suppressed by Chairman Winner. What if this was a staged kidnapping? I don't know. And the incident, 1:15 a.m. These footprints stop by the body. Oh, is this the same dialogue? Yeah. Was he bonked immediately after taking the picture? Well, maybe when he was on the phone when he was bonked. So could these be 2 different people? Or is it just like, I don't know. Mr. Aldown took his picture of the president's kidnapping from here.
And then called Rosie Ringer.
By which point his killer must have already been approaching from behind.
With a brick in their hand, ready to strike.
So? So this person over here was not actually his killer. That's what I'm gathering. Alright.
There's something gloomy about this picture, know what I mean? They could have brightened it up a little, made the subject stand out a little better.
I don't think the lack of light is the photographer's fault, Kay. That streetlight appears to be broken.
It does? Oh yeah, look at that. So you think the idea was to make the subject stand out with lighting, but maybe it didn't pan out? Yeah, you're probably right. Thanks for the explanation, Mr. Edgeworth.
You're welcome, although you seem to have completely misunderstood it. Di Junwei. He was president of Zhengfa even back then.
Does he look any younger? It's kind of dark, can't really tell.
Indeed. And the situation being what it is, his facial expression is somewhat distorted. What if that is actually Lang? Because they both were... When he has, like, his inflated, like, forearm, he's all, like, big and muscular, and, Papa Lang was, pretty big and muscular too. What if that's him? I don't know. So his name Dijon Mustard, stop. And he even spilled a little mustard on his suit.
I wonder why they took him after this.
We don't know that yet, but depending on how our investigation progresses, we may find out soon enough. What if that is actually Lang and this is a staged kidnapping? I don't know. The President's kidnapper. We should see if we can judge anything based on their appearance.
Roger that, Red Leader. Alright, let's have a look at you.
First thing to note is that they're holding the President at gunpoint.
Trying to look all cool and tough, waving a pistol around. Whoever it is, they suck.
So true, Kay. The coat and hat completely cover their face, so unfortunately we can't identify them that way. They're right-handed and they're shorter than the President.
Turning their collar up and putting their hat down and trying to be all mysterious. I hate this kidnapper.
And they seem pretty relaxed. I don't think they're particularly nervous.
Yeah, hand in a pocket. Classic show-off move. You suck, you suck, you suck!
Get their ass, Kay. Kay, that's...
Huh, you just said to judge them by their...
I love Kay. She's such a little shit stirrer. I love it. See, I believe she does these little shenanigans and these bits just to annoy Edgeworth. She has to.
Hey, that snowman. It was melted in the simulation of the morning after the murder, huh? And that muffler was all wet and its little button eyes have fallen off.
Indeed. It still looks reasonably healthy at this point. And they're not entirely. I can see one thing that's missing.
Aw, poor guy. I bet some kid took it as a stupid prank. Not a bad piece of thieving, though. Maybe they have potential.
You think one of the orphans took it? I'm not so sure. All right. Urethra! His snowman is missing a certain something, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, his right eye.
Indeed. Luckily, we managed to locate it.
The button Mr. Aldown was holding.
Was he hiding back there?
Look at that. It's the same type of button as the other eye and everything.
If we suppose that the button was indeed the snowman's missing eye, that presents something of a contradiction. Yeah, the picture was over here, and yet this suggests that the Aldown was hiding right over here. Is this photo doctored? The victim was clutching the button and the button was covered with his blood, which means he must have grabbed it after being attacked. Let's run a little hypothetical, shall we? What if after being struck, Mr. Aldown lost his balance and reached out to grab something to steady himself? The snowman. The snowman wouldn't have supported him, so he would have grasped the button and continued. This photo is staged, isn't it? They took that picture with his camera after he died, and they like staged this. This whole kidnapping was staged. Either that, or this is Lang in the photo instead.
I get it. So you're saying that he was near the snowman when he was attacked?
I am, within arm's reach to be precise. And he's currently nowhere near that place.
Right, but his footprints only go as far as the planter. He never came back this way.
What if they weren't his footprints? I think we need to look at all the prints again.
All right, I'll take us back to the scene when Mr. Aldown's body was found.
Sorry.
But the footprints on the left definitely matched up with Mr. Aldown's shoes, right? So what's the deal?
Let's take another look and see if we can figure it out. Were his shoes clean? Can we really be sure that these are Mr. Aldown's footprints?
Well, they're the same size, a 12, which is pretty big. And the prints match his shoes. They also go straight to the middle of the planters where his body was found.
Let's see, thank you. Yeah, there's our sneeze. But as we've established, when he was attacked, he fell and grabbed the button from the snowman.
Well, being a great thief, I know a few contortionist tricks, but that would have been way beyond me. Some average Joe stretching his arms that far? Basically impossible.
I think we can be reasonably certain that the prints were made by the shoes the victim was wearing. But can we be certain they were actually the victim's shoes? They do look kind of big on his feet. Yeah, they do look kind of big for him. These shoes, as the case file says, they match the footprints. Huh. These aren't the victim's shoes, I'm sure of it.
What do you mean?
Look at how the laces are tied. Don't they look a little strange to you? What's more, they don't appear to fit properly.
So these prints, they go right up to where the victim was found and they stop right by his feet.
They didn't actually belong to him.
So are the prints by his head his? The ones that lead away and come back?
No, I don't think so. They're too small.
So neither set belongs to him, then how did he get here?
That's easy enough. He didn't walk. He was carried by the killer. So then where did the murder take place? Nothing new here? Alright. I think Mr. Aldown's body was moved. How else do we explain the button clutched in his hand? And that would suggest that he was killed somewhere near the snowman. Alright. They brought the body over here, this person brought the body over here, then came back, and they like set up this fake picture.
Size 9 footprints going toward the body and away from it. The case file says they must have belonged to the murderer.
They'll go fainter as they get closer to the orphanage gates.
That's just because there's less snow over here, no?
Be that as it may, it certainly doesn't help in matching the prints up with a name and a face.
Little snowman, he's frowny. Poor snowman, he's not looking good.
Can't be helped. Snow and ice eventually melt, that's just how it is.
And so do mysteries. All we have to do is wait. The snowman of the case will melt into the clear water of the truth.
All you have to do is wait, Kay. I have to work to solve those mysteries.
Ah, Brick! Brick! Brick!
He was killed here! The rest of the brickwork looks fine. Strange that just this one is missing. Is that everything? Aha, yeah, see, it's just ever so slightly darker, but not, like, noticeably so. Alright. It seems quite likely that the missing brick was the one used in the murder, wouldn't you say?
Oh yeah, now that you mention it, they're the exact same shape and size.
Alright, I guess burying the murder weapon would be kind of stupid. Alright, well, I'm gonna save in a minute, real quick. Do we do more logicking now? Oh, we're in the middle now! Oh my god, we're in the middle! No way!
There we go.
I think we have to conclude that the murder actually happened over by the snowman.
Right. The button came from there, and the brick too.
Indeed. And what's more, the murderer took the brick right from by that snowman, and then tried to sneak up on the victim all the way over by the planters.
Mr. Aldown would have seen them right away.
Exactly. I think we need to update the simulation, Kay. Mr. Aldown wasn't standing by the planters, he was next to the snowman.
Gotcha. Alright, here goes.
Alright, this is... The blood gets cut off in the burnt area. Yeah. Alright.
Yeah. No matter how you look at it, this just doesn't work, huh?
Indeed. Everybody who was present is in exactly the same spot.
So where did we go wrong?
One of the pieces of evidence on which we based our simulation must be the source of the problem. What if one of them was faked somehow? The photo. The photo staged.
Take that!
Can we really be certain that this picture was taken by Mr. Aldown?
Huh? What do you mean?
We know that whoever killed him moved his body, but why would they have done that? What if they wanted to make it seem like he saw something he didn't?
And then they took the photo to help back up the lie?
Exactly. They had the president at gunpoint. They could easily have forced him to pose for the picture. You'd have had no choice but to comply.
Hey, now that you mention it, they only recovered one picture from Mr. Aldown's camera, right?
That's odd. I imagine his killer probably removed the film that was already in there. What if the actual film... Would they have... I figured they would have destroyed the film rather than burying it, but I don't know.
So this picture was actually taken after Mr. Aldown was killed. No way.
Yep. And there you have it. The picture doesn't show what Mr. Aldown saw at all. It seems highly likely that it was simply staged to make us believe this was the case.
Wait, so where was the president when Mr. Aldown thought he saw him being kidnapped?
Luckily, the photograph isn't the only piece of evidence we can use to try and figure that out.
Oh yeah, he left that voicemail too.
He did. I think we should listen back to it one more time, don't you? Here.
Take
Here.
that!
Oh. Okay. Like in the the orphanage? Damn it. Okay, the light's out. Looks like he was being kidnapped. I'm at the orphanage. President Wang is here for some reason, and there's another. The light's out. Okay. All right. Oh, he said the light's out, so they would have been over here.
Take that!
Recall this statement from Mr. Aldown's voicemail. Damn it, the light's out. Miles Edgeworth saying, damn it? Okay. Two of the lights here in the yard are broken.
Yeah, he must have been talking about the one over by the building.
Could you update that simulation to reflect everything we've learned?
Sure.
All right. And there we have it. The kidnapper was really standing over by the building. Yes, which would certainly have strengthened the theory that they were connected to the orphanage. So they moved the body and staged the photograph to distort the picture painted by the voicemail, which helped them undermine the idea that the orphanage was involved when the case went to trial. Well, that certainly changes what this particular part of the simulation tells us. I imagine it will also affect our understanding of the scene from when the body was found.
Only one way to find out. Ready to make the jump?
All right. Okay. I want to just look at all of this before we switch.
Oh my god, yes, Abaddon, you can share a happy instance, absolutely.
There's no mistaking it. This is where Mr. Aldown actually took his pictures, before being attacked by the murderer with a brick from the planter just behind him. After being attacked, he collapsed, grabbing the snowman's right eye as he fell.
Which means his body would have been here at first, and not where we thought it was before.
Indeed. You should examine the area we previously thought it fell to. Alright, Mr. Aldown wasn't killed here between the planters at all.
Then what's this blood doing here?
Things have changed considerably in terms of what the simulation is showing us. We want to look more closely at this blood. I think we'll be better off looking at the simulation from the point at which the body was discovered.
The half-stray house cat of mine named Luca is here tonight. Oh, he's sleeping next to you. Oh, that's so cute. Give him some head pats. Tell Luca I said hi. He's safe from the cold. Oh, little guy.
Okay, and then we have over here.
So this is where Mr. Aldon actually saw the president and his kidnapper.
Yes.
We'll say hi and so happy he was eager to come tonight. That's so sweet.
Which pretty clearly suggests a link between the kidnapping and the orphanage. You can see why so much trouble was taken to suggest it happened elsewhere.
Yeah, he pulled some really dirty tricks there. Making a photo like that, that's just cheating.
Not to mention disposing Mr. Aldown's camera film and forcing the president to pose at gunpoint. Must have put in some new film, then staged the photo immediately afterwards.
And if Chairman Winter was involved, he could have changed or hidden other evidence as well.
Yeah.
He's behind bars now, and the truth is coming out at last.
Indeed. Though much still remains unclear. Alright. Alright, Kay. Let's go back. The three... Oh wait, I want to see the three cases.
A kidnapping, a murder, and now a fire. There's too much going on here, I can't keep up.
The fire started earlier on the evening of the incident, if I remember rightly, before the kidnapping and the murder, in other words.
Does that mean something? The timing of the fire, I mean?
I wonder if it might, yes. It's supposedly, like, burned some things away. Let's see. There he is. So this is where Mr. Aldown really met his fate. But he was moved in order to make the scene consistent with the staged photograph. Over to the spot between the planters.
So the footprints, the fact that they go over there and come back...
Yes, I think that tells us something important. That they were left by whoever carried him over there. What did I miss? We are just putting the puzzle pieces together as to, like, what actually went down here. This man is, did not get killed here. Yeah, the blood just, like, cuts off where it was burned. Blood on the snow, a lot of it. It certainly looks as if a murder occurred here, doesn't it?
Wait, but we just figured out that Mr. Aldown was killed over by the snowman, right?
We did. I think this blood might belong to somebody else.
Yes, Kay is with us still, yep. But the police report said the blood was Mr. Aldown's.
Need I remind you that the case was overseen by Chairman Winter? Yep. The man who would have had no scruples about altering the official record over something this small.
But then why go through all that trouble? Couldn't he have just cleaned up the blood instead?
He wasn't able to. Think about it. He knew that this is where the police would find Mr. Aldown's body. And he knew the police would have certainly... I'm just thinking now, fire. Both... Excelsius had a burn mark on his chin from a fire, and she had a burn mark too. They both said, like, I would recognize that burn mark anywhere. Or she said that. They both have a burn mark. Was she here at the scene as well? Was she here at this time? But they both have been burned somehow.
Oh, you mean luminol? Yeah, they would have found traces of blood if they used that for sure.
Exactly, he wouldn't have been able to clean it up to the point where it was undetectable. Far easier to falsify the results of any such tests when they came back in. It would simply have been a matter of replacing the official results with a doctored copy.
Ah, yeesh, so you've been looking at a forgery this whole time? That sucks. Wait, but it says Mr. Aldown's clothes were covered with blood too.
It does. And if they were, which seems entirely believable, it suggests that whoever's blood this is, it wasn't yet dry when Mr. Aldown's body was placed here.
I get it. Which means the other person's blood was spilled not long before Mr. Aldown was killed.
I think it does, yes. But if that's the case, doesn't that present something of a contradiction? The way it, like, cuts off there is... sometime before the incident. The fire was not set beforehand. It couldn't have been, because there's a very clear cutoff there.
This is the only part where there's no snow, huh?
Because the fire one of the kids set. Imagine the snow here melted as a result.
This must be the unluckiest orphanage in the world. First a fire, then a murder. Talk about going from bad to worse.
Alright, I don't know which of these two I would deduce on, but I'll go with this.
Eureka!
Oh wait, no, I didn't mean to do that. That was wrong of me. I meant to do the fire. Shit. I'm stupid. I misclicked. Urethra. Yeah, real urethra moment. I messed up for real there. I misclicked. Yeah. Alright, there we go. Fire details. There we go. Urethra. Okay, I guess I need to do that on the bloodstain then. My bad. I wasn't sure if I do that on the burnt patch or the bloodstain. Urethra! There we go. There's a clear contradiction here.
Huh? In the bloodstain?
Blood is clearly cut off where the snow was melted by the fire, which means that the blood in question was spilt before the fire was started.
Huh? But the fire happened before the murder, no?
If we choose to believe that case file, yes. But if the fire was actually set after what happened here, kid who lit him might have seen something. Then why isn't there a witness statement? Because that would have challenged him and Winner's versions of events. We need to know more about this fire. You! Yes, Shufu, the fire might have been reported to the police, which means there might be a record of it. Go see if they have anything and bring everything you find back here right away. And Winner and potentially Rosie got burned. Was Rosie on the scene? One more thing. What is it, Shifu? Contact my family back in Jangfa. Tell them to search my father's office. There should be something there related to the case. There should? What kind of something exactly? I'm wondering now, sorry. This has been a game of bad fathers, right? Fathers not being who we thought they were. With Von Karma, we already knew that ahead of time. Eustace and his dad. What if that's true with Lang and his dad? I did briefly pose the theory that, you know, maybe Lang is helping stage this. I mean, they made a point to say that we can't make out the face. And in the flashback that we saw, Papa Lang had a similar build to this. I don't know. I do not know. This is the game of bad dads. The sins of the father, you know? I don't know. Either way, I don't think it's out of the question to think that this whole kidnapping attempt was staged on the part of the president, even. Like I said, he did stage an assassination attempt. What if he staged a kidnapping, too? I told you I'd seen the scene somewhere before, didn't I? Well, I remember where. It was in my father's office. He had a picture of it, or at least of something very much like it. What? It looked like it was drawn by a child. A child? Which child? Bronco Knight or Simeon Saint? The child who set the fire? They should still be there somewhere. Tell them to send it right away. Yes, Shifu. It wouldn't have been 1-year-old Sean that set the fire, right? Are we doing more logic now? What did he dig? Okay. We don't have anything else there. What else do we have to inspect? Oh, Sean. What do you want? Sean, I wonder if you could tell us a little more about the circumstances surrounding your kidnapping.
They took you when you went to the garbage disposal area, right? But what were you doing there?
It's alright. You don't have to talk for him. He can just ask me himself.
Hear that, Mr. Edgeworth? I think he's starting to warm to you.
I know plenty of ambulatory newborns. Stop. I went to the garbage disposal to throw away the flowers that were on that body. It wasn't far, and I figured they'd be less likely to find them there than if I threw them into the garbage can. I tried to get in there last night too, but it was locked. So I had to come back today and try again. Yeah, when I was there, somebody came up behind me and put something over my face.
Oh yeah, snoozing is easy-breezy with 3 Z's.
The fact that she was drugged with it too doesn't seem to bother her. I guess it is a catchy name. Whoever it was pretty strong, but I never saw their face. Alright. What can you tell us about the time between when you were kidnapped and when you were found?
Not a whole lot, I'll bet. Snoozing is easy, threezy with threezy is.
Oh my god, girl. I remember waking up feeling cold. I was somewhere big and empty and dark. There were cardboard boxes with some other language written on them. I figured it must be a storeroom.
But it was actually a giant refrigerator. Businesses use them to keep stuff chilled.
And that's why Kay and Detective Gumshoe found him. They really saved the day there. Guess the cooler must have been on until just before I was brought there. Like I said, it was pretty cold. Anyway, they didn't take my phone for some reason. So I used that to call for help. I see. Well, we're all very glad that you found your way back to us safely. Ugh. Say it like you mean it, why don't you? He's not the most gracious child I've met.
Reminds me of a certain somebody else.
Okay. What do we do now? Do we need to switch back now or no? Is this just Little Thief's new features about... Not sure I do, actually.
Hey, don't be like that. Just sit back and feast your ears on what I have to tell you.
So you're gonna tell me no matter what I answered? Do I need to switch? Is there anything I need to do here? No? Oh, President. Oh, the planters.
According to the case file, the yard stretched around 3 sides of the orphanage.
Oh, is this the same dialogue? Yeah. 3 planters on each side. Yeah, we got this already. All right. Yeah, the lion lily. Oh my god, this is all the same. Huh. So, what do we do now? I don't know, I feel like the president could be the father of... Well, we have 2 fathers already. Artie Frost, Carmelo Gusto. Their kids are here, I'm sure. And then, I don't know. Oh, the tortoise and the hare. Okay, same dialogue, yeah. The quiz! Okay. Kay just won. Yeah, she just like, I won at the end. The Yatagarasi won at the end because she's just that cool. Okay. Maybe I do just need to go back. Or do I do just with the last logic point? Or...
It's a snowman with one eye missing, and it comes up to about my shoulder. That's a super heavyweight contender right there. Those kids weren't messing around.
Never mind its weight and size. I think we need some slightly more in-depth analysis here.
Well, it has a bucket for a hat, buttons for eyes, and a nice fluffy muffler. The full snowman uniform. And it looks like he can't wait for me to punch and kick it in with those.
Oh my god, Kay, please. Don't beat up the snowman. Perhaps if we could keep things a little less subjective, Kay. Let's go back, actually. I mean, I only have 2 logic points. I don't really see them connecting, but... Let's just see what happens. I mean, is this proof that he was involved? Okay, there we go. I thought we would need, like, to hit pertaining to the specific thing. Lieutenant Winter was involved in President Wang's abduction, and it seems likely that whatever he dug up yesterday had something to do with the kidnapping.
Oh, I get it.
You do?
You bet I do. We're talking treasure, right? Loot. He must have been digging up the ransom money.
The ransom money? $100 million is an awful lot of cash. Burying it would have been a good way to keep it hidden until the heat died down. What if that money was then used in the auction? Is that the money we found in the auction room? Did Excelsius Winter dig up the ransom money? There we go. There we go.
Good bide.
Alright, do we have our data? I brought everything the police had on the fire. And I also brought the picture from your father's office. About time we kept you, huh? Well, hand it over. Let's take a look at this mysterious picture, shall we? Body Harmacanus, yep. We got the Taurosaurus, President, Body Harmacanus. This is it, this is the picture I remember. And the flowers. Could this be a depiction of something that happened on the night of the incident?
It sure looks like a kid drew it, huh?
Yes, and I'm willing to bet it's the work of the child who set the fire. Shifu, there's... What now? Look, I'd have to wait, okay? Well, Mr. Prosecutor? Why do you think my father kept this? I imagine he acquired it at some point during his investigation. Although I have no idea why he would have chosen to keep it to himself. Could we see the case file for the fire, too? If you'll just give me a moment to read through it. Seems the boy who started the fire snuck out on bed on the evening of the incident, and then disappeared several days later. Must have been because he saw something, right?
No, a kid? Really? That's horrible.
But sadly not unimaginable. Huh. Looks like the kid left something behind and was put into evidence. The horn. Probably from the plushie. This kid is the president's son, huh? What is it, Mr. Prosecutor? Have you seen this somewhere before? Something very much like it, yes. We have a piece of evidence that could well be connected. Oh, that's the missing horn.
Take that!
What if... Okay. But if this is a kid, would it be 1-year-old Sean Fenn setting this fire, right? I mean, he has the horns. Unless it wasn't like a kid that like set a fire. It could have been an accident, couldn't it? A 1-year-old started a fire, like one of them. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, and what is one of them that's actually the president's son? He was one of his bodyguards, and he didn't even know he was his own son. I don't know. I don't know. What if one of them is Canis' son? I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. The two missing sons. Who adopted who? Who's the father? Who's that? My God. All these daddies running around, as Apollo Justice would say. Goodness gracious. Sins of the father. That is the theme of this game, isn't it? It looks like might be the missing horn from this soft toy. Ah, it's President Wang's. You've seen it before? Of course, he always kept it somewhere close by. I remember it because of the missing piece. I see, it is a special device inside that plays recorded sound when you twist the horn.
Hey, do you think maybe putting the horn back might unlock more recordings?
You never know. The toy itself should still be up on the 51st floor. Hey, you heard the man? Yes, Shifu, I'll go fetch it right away. I hope it's not been taken. Alright, there we go. Good work, hand it to the prosecutor over there. I'm scared. Does the horn found at the orphanage fit the president's plushie? Mm-hmm.
It fits perfectly.
Any more recordings on there? Hi, Deejin. Sorry. President Wang. It's me, Amelie. Amelie? I know it's been a while. I saw on the news that you were visiting the country soon. And I didn't know whether I should get in touch at all, but in the end I decided I had to. Turn it off right now. You know her. Is that your sister or... This is... She knows Amelie. That's Sean's birth mother, isn't it? Do you know her? That has to be Sean's biological mother. Okay, maybe the kid that started the fire wasn't... Maybe it was one of the two of them, one of those missing sons. But Amelie and Wang, those are Sean's biological parents. What's gone into Judge Gavel?
Are you okay?
Just turn it off, please. Oh no, she doesn't want Sean to hear this. You see, I had a baby. A beautiful little boy. Yep. Yep. That's pretty much all I wanted to tell you. Oh, except I called him Sean. Sean Fenn. It has a nice ring to it, don't you think? Yeah. Sean Fenn. The kid. And also that I'll be at the orphanage on the evening of the 9th. I'll be waiting in the front yard. I thought you could meet him if you like. Even if it's only just this once. I know you're a very busy man, but anyway, that's where we'll be. Goodbye. What? He was my dad? I'm so sorry, Sean. Can't explain what the heck is going on, Gavel? Sean isn't my biological son. I adopted him. And he was aware of this? Yes, of course. His mother, Amelie Fenn. She died 5 years ago. We were cousins. But we were also friends, the best of friends. People often mistook us for sisters. And so when she died, it seemed only natural that Sean should come and live with me. Of course, we had to keep his father's identity secret. And I decided the best way to do that would be for him to never know in the first place. Shit. Yeah, you would have been very young when he was born. It's quite a lot to learn from a recording made on a seemingly innocent toy. I guess Sean's mother must have recorded the message and then sent the plushie to the president. Hey. Yes, Sean? You're sure? He was really my dad? Yes, I'm sure. Before you were born, your mother worked for a time as a diplomat in Jiangfa. Makes sense. The line of work may well have brought her into contact with the president. What? You told me she worked at the orphanage! She did, but only after she returned. After she quit the diplomatic service. She always loved helping others. The orphanage was perfect for her. Sorry, Judge Gavel, but I have to ask. Amelie, the lady who asked the president to come. Why didn't she show up herself? Why isn't she anywhere in the Is that her blood? Was she killed too? No, she wasn't. She literally just said she didn't. Never mind, I'm an idiot. Someone was tailing her. I'll bet that was Chairman Winner's doing, though sadly we can't prove it. And because she couldn't make it, she never saw the president again. And she died 5 years ago. This can't be easy for Sean. Aww.
Hey, Sean, are you thirsty? We could go get a soda?
Thanks, Kay. Aw.
My treat, okay? Come on, I think I saw a vending machine over...
You think I can't buy myself a soda? This is important, and it's about me. I'm staying. Aw, that didn't work at all. Okay, she's so good. Sean, perhaps now you can guess why I met with the president 2 nights ago. That was the big secret. I wanted to tell him face to face that Amelie was gone. But also that you were alive and well. More than well. But It makes sense now. No wonder Judge Gavel was so keen to avoid sharing the details of their meeting.
Yeah, she would have had to share the truth about Sean, too.
That was why I took the lion lilies with me. So there would be no doubt that I knew Amelie, and that I knew her well. These flowers bore special significance for the two of them, you see. President Wang gave Amelie a bouquet of lion lilies in the early days of their romance. But now he, too, is dead. If only he had lived. Sean might finally have been able to get to know him. Shifu! I've been waiting for the right time to say this, but... What? What is it? You've been hovering there this whole time! Oh my god. They sent something else from Jingfa. President Wang's will. The president's will, huh? See, they got like a similar build. They literally look like the same. What if they were brothers? What if they're brothers? He gave my father medal after medal. They had to come up with new ones just for him. In the end, there were no medals left to give. Yep. His last will and testament. How are you? What is this family tree? Oh my god. What? This is... Does it have anything to do with our current case? You could say that. Seems he was planning on publicly acknowledging Sean as his son. Sean's name appears in the president's will? We're certain that the document is authentic, that President Wang wrote it himself. Sure we are, it's old, but it's real. My family took charge of it back before the SS5 incident happened. I want to analyze it back home to be sure, but I'd stake my name on it being the genuine article. Wang was a renowned world leader. A child nobody knew about would have been sure to cause a stir. And yet he chose to mention the child in his will nonetheless. Haircon facialist, I mean, I'm theorizing. I'm just thinking out loud. You never know. Well, that's that, I guess. I still can't quite believe it, but the president confirmed it with his own hand. There's no denying it, Sean. You're President Wang's son! No way! Sean! Aw, poor kid. Well. The truth behind the SS5 incident. Okay, I could stream for maybe like another hour at most. I don't know if we'll get to another to be continued at that point, but I'm gonna take one more quick bathroom break. I'll be back, we'll play a little bit more, and then just see what other bombs get dropped tonight. I don't know. Here, music.
I'm sorry, Teddy. Only people have human rights.
You're the sweetest girl that I always dreamed of. You are like the perfect girl that I ever met before. You take my breath away. You are the only one, only love for me. I wanna take you home. That you are the unique for you. And tell me your favorite sauce, babe.
Hey, I'm back. How goes it? Let's see what other soap opera stuff's gonna happen in here. Good God. So, let's continue deciphering this family tree. All right, so we have our cousin and adopted mother here. Lang family. Are Lang and Wang brothers? And if so, are Lang and Sean half brothers? I know, days of our lives here, yeah. We gotta, I gotta pull out the whiteboard and try to theorize. And how the hell do the two sons come into this? Those two goddamn sons! What? Bronco Knight has to be one of them. I don't know if the other is Simeon Saint, but I don't know. They both seem significant. I don't know. And then you. Kay looks sad. Hi. Sean. He was my dad? It can't have been easy learning the truth about his father's identity so unexpectedly. And too late to ever get to know him. You know how hard I tried to find him? Sean. I get it, he was the president. He had a lot more to think about than just me. But he was right there in front of me. Right here on the set. So why? Why didn't he just say something? Why didn't he tell me who I was? Oh, little baby. Oh. I'm sorry, Sean. I'm so sorry. It's not your fault, Mom. It's mine. No! If I hadn't broken my promise to you, that fire would have never happened, and he wouldn't have... No, sweetie. You didn't do... I'm convinced you did not do this. You did not start that fire. You're not responsible for that fire. I'm convinced. The true mastermind is. Maybe Excelsius. I don't know, but there's no way he actually is responsible for that fire. I even ruined your flowers. Sean, please, you mustn't blame yourself. Just try to be here with me. Just for a little while. Aww. The bond between parent and child, as symbolized by the lion lily. Lion! 'Cause he even looks like a lion! I'm no expert, but it's native to Zhangfa, so I know that much at least. Sadly, we don't have the luxury of dwelling on such things just now. No, it might seem insensitive, Agent Lang, but sentimentality won't help us here. We need to focus on what we can do about the case before us. You're right. I believe we learned all we need to about what happened back then for now. How did it all line up with your father's theories about the case? I wouldn't know. He took those to the grave with him. When and how did he die? He never shared his thoughts with anybody. There's no way of knowing now what he figured out. What about your own thoughts? Are you feeling any more positive in light of what we learned from Kay's reconstruction? Are we any closer to learning what really happened 12 years ago? You know, I think we might be. My father's footsteps are starting to become clear. Now all we need to do is follow them. Awoo! All to the Tawoos! Oh my god, bro, we're just debating already. President went to the orphanage that night. Not much we know for sure. The Taurosaurus story proves it. Must have gone there to meet with Amelie Fen. Amelie Fen? Family Fen? I don't know. Except he was kidnapped and Adon happened to see it. If Adon hadn't been there wouldn't have been a murder. Just a kidnapping. Instead, they had to move his body to the planners and stage that photo to throw everybody off the scent. So that's our current theory, is it? Alright, so we have our case files now. Cool. Alright, I wanna just see what's been updated. Okay. Investigation notes, supposed to meet Amelie Fen at the orphanage. Murdered, body moved, blah, blah, blah. There's something I still don't understand. There is? This. Why risk staging this picture? He would have had to force the president to play along. What if he hadn't? Either the president was in on it, or that's not him, that's Lang. It's a good question. We may be closer to discovering the answer than we think. You'll just have to get there one deduction at a time. Yeah, I guess we will. All right, deduce away. See, we're working together. I'm not trying to like debunk his theories or anything. We're just talking this out, figuring this out together. I kind of love that. We're just butting heads already. That's how we do it. Nothing should be taken for granted at this stage. We need to treat even the seemingly certain with caution. Hello, Delvin. I managed to get 160 speed on your Remembrance MC. Nice. Is that how much speed you want to put on them? Because I don't know actually what they do. I've not played any of 3.0. But I hope you're doing well. Can we really be sure the president went to the orphanage? I get it. You want evidence?
This is a nice change of pace from people asking you to show them proof, huh, Mr. Edgeworth?
There's no need to actually say it out loud, Kay. Psst.
Hold it!
Okay, 160 speed is... Holy sh... That is a lot of speed. I don't even know what Remembrance MC does, but that is a lot of speed. Holy shit. The plushie, it has a recording device concealed inside, correct? It does. And it was used by Sean's mother, Amelie, to record a message asking the president to meet her at the orphanage at midnight.
Whoa, you're finishing each other's sentences now.
Does she think something fruity is happening here? Because if so, then... I mean, if Phoenix Wright didn't exist, I mean, he's just that man now. Kay doesn't even know of his existence because they refuse to talk about him. So, I see. I can see what she's thinking. A little over halfway to the herd. I lost 50-50 at Zero Pity. Oh, I'm sorry about the loss, but Zero Pity, that's nice.
You two will peel away the layers of the truth like an onion, I'm sure of it.
Like an ogre. Ogres have layers. Oh, Edgeworth does have two hands. Very true. Minemio. Sorry if I mispronounced that, but it's good to have you here. You do realize there's nothing underneath all the layers of an onion, don't you, Kay? Try something a little less unfortunate, like a parfait.
You two will peel away the layers of the truth like the skin of a wolf, I'm Jesus.
Wow, that's very gruesome, Kay. You said less of... Man is feeling threatened by that.
Hold it!
Could we go over the details once again? So Mr. Aldown saw the president being kidnapped from right by the orphanage,
and he was standing next to the snowman.
Murder crept up behind him, grabbed a brick, and... Oh! Is he actually howling? Oh my god, he's really doing the Lang-a-woo. Oh, I did that wrong. Is that the right one? Yes, yes. He's really doing that. Ah! Calm down, Kay. We're simply verifying our understanding of events and doing a little roleplay in the process, you know? Is this some like Omegaverse mating ritual we got going on here?
That little outburst just blew my understanding out of my ears. I know we have to go over all this again, but can we do it less dramatically?
Really fine. I'm happy to keep answering if you're happy to keep asking. Man. Hey, Edgeworth, Mr. Prosecutor, will you be the Omega to my Alpha? I don't know how that works. I don't read Omegaverse stuff, so I know some details of it, but I try. Everything I've learned has been against my will. It has been purely by accident. 48 Pity. Oh my god, did you get the herd up? 48 Pity? Oh my god, congrats. And Mr. Aldown hadn't been there, huh? That's an interesting suggestion. Care to explain? Oh, that's what you're at right now. Okay. Well, there's not a whole lot to explain. He saw the kidnapping, so he was murdered. If he hadn't been there, maybe the kidnapping could have never happened without any blood being spilled. I don't know, though. My god, my bang is looking really... Ugh. But could it?
He makes it sound as if it was Mr. Aldown's fault he was murdered.
Well, it's not Mr. Aldown's blood, so I think that's what we're gonna present here. That's not what Agent Lang is saying, Kay. What he means is that Mr. Aldown was the only person who died at the orphanage that night.
Well, of course he was. They kidnapped the president and everything. But the ransom was paid and he came home safely, right?
Who else died? What if the real, like, Fifi Lagarde died that night, and this is an imposter? Or what if the real Amelie died that night, and there was an imposter the whole time? The real Amelie died, and she's just... New crackpot theory! theory. The real Amelie Fenn has been dead for 12 years. And there's been an imposter among us this whole time. He was adopted by somebody going by the name of Amelie Fenn. And maybe Verity didn't even know. Maybe she didn't see her cousin in a long time. I don't know. She probably would have... I don't know. Somebody died, and I don't know who. I don't know. The real Bonnie Harmakanis died that night. Or maybe Rosie Ringer. Was it Rosie Ringer? No. I don't know. I don't know who. Can we? What if the real Lang died? What if I don't know? I don't know.
Hold it.
You're gonna get E2MC. Let's go. I don't know. Part of our theory. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Oh my god. Probably a good idea. All right, first, what did all down see? He saw the president being kidnapped from right in front of the building. But the kidnappers were keen to avoid any suggestion they might be connected with the orphanage. Yep, so they replaced the film on Adon's camera and staged a photograph of the kidnapping occurring further away from the building. Indeed. And then they moved Mr. Aldown's body to a location consistent with what the picture showed. The secrets buried underneath the snow 12 years ago are finally coming to light.
And we're sure that's really what happened that night. What's the matter, Mr. Edgeworth?
I get the sense we're still not seeing everything. Yeah, who else died? And has an imposter been in their place this whole time? I don't know. Did one of the kids die? Did one of the sons die? So, okay, maybe the son, they killed the kid that started the fire, and the kid was one of the sons. But the kid was Carmelo Gusto's son, because I have a feeling Bronco Knight is Artie Frost's son, based on the Paul Halik ring that he had. So they killed Carmelo Gusto's son, and Bronco Knight is the only one left. And I don't know! I'm losing my mind!
I'm losing my goddamn mind!
Objection.
Who died?
No, the blood was spilled before the fire, so they didn't kill the kid that started the fire. Unless there was a third murder. I don't know! What the hell? You said there'd been no murder. One more doll her to dupe. Let's go! Oh my god, hi 321, how are you? I'm losing my mind. Is that really the case? Why wouldn't it be? Their main aim was to abduct the president, right? So if there hadn't been a witness present, they wouldn't have needed to murder anybody. And yet it remains possible that Mr. Aldown wasn't the only person killed that night. There was a large pool of blood between the planters, but Mr. Aldown was murdered over by the snowman. It can't have belonged to him. What if all that blood by the planters belonged to somebody else? Come on, Mr. Prosecutor. You do realize what you're saying, don't you? I do. It's hard to believe. I'll be the first to admit it. But it's what the evidence suggests. Not just one person was killed here 12 years ago, but two. You're saying they covered up a whole separate murder? But whose? Who else was killed that night? Whoever covered up this other homicide did so very skillfully indeed. They even seem to have been able to avoid it being mentioned in the files. But they didn't quite get rid of everything. We have a piece of evidence they never managed to erase. This clearly shows that something else. I mean, with the blood, the victim's shoes. The burn?
Take that.
The fire? Shit. Okay, it's an item. Alright, would we just say, like, you know, there was another witness that night. Body, the kid. Body Harmakanis. Is it the drawing? Yeah. Excelsius Winner tried to shroud the existence of the other murder in darkness, but there was one piece of evidence he wasn't able to suppress. Thanks to the efforts of your father, Agent Lang. My father? Cast your mind back, if you will. Something else was hidden along with all the other evidence from the crime scene. The existence of the child who set the fire in front of the orphanage. Why would Chairman Winter wish to erase him from the record? Because he saw something he should not have, that's why.
He did? What was it?
It's right here in this picture. Picture my father kept. Think we can all agree that that's the president on the right-hand side, and it's the Tarasaurus toy in his hand. But who's that standing across from him? It's Sean.
Take that!
Eastern robes and a black dog that can only be Body Harma Canis.
What? The creepy assassin guy?
What would a hired killer be doing in the presence of a president? I can think of only one thing. It wasn't a kidnapping that occurred here 12 years ago. It was an assassination. Running. No, okay, are we having another crackpot theory? Dijun Wang has been assassinated. The real one. And this has been Lang in disguise this whole time. This has been Papa Lang in disguise this whole time. He took on the mantle of Dijun Wang after he was assassinated and then just kept up the ruse, pretended to die, hid his face, you know, all that jazz. I don't know. I don't know. They were complicit, more than complicit in fact. One provided the venue for the killing, and the other suppressed the testimony of the child who witnessed it. Mr. Aldown was murdered because what he witnessed was actually an assassination, and not the kidnapping he thought it to be at all. Do you think I'm an idiot? How could the president have died 12 years ago? We only found his body this morning. He was alive and well until— What if that was your father? I'm full of tinfoil hat theories right now, okay? So we have a president killed 12 years ago, and are they like cloning Dijun Wangs? Is that what's happening here? Are they all just like lab-grown men? Is that why he's been the president for 12 years? And the news of his assassination is not gonna go out because they have another one just lined up ready to go? They've just been cloning this man, and he's gonna be president forever. Yeah, 2 presidents! Yeah!
Which is completely impossible.
They covered it up! Papa Lang was the president! It's entirely possible! That would explain a lot! Because he disappeared! The president, he was a noble and Caleb. Yeah. Entirely unlike the man we met. What could explain a situation like that? Oh, brother!
They were twins!
Okay, maybe not. Okay, body double. Okay, I was being silly. It couldn't. He was an only child, okay. Alright. Did he have a body double? That was Lang? One of the two was a body double. Tell me that doesn't make sense, because wasn't he like super paranoid about being assassinated? A body double? President Wang was a man of great power and influence in Zhengfa, a figure on the world stage. There must have been countless attempts on his life over the years, such as the one at Gold Lake only a few days ago. Does he have a bunch of body doubles and he's just sitting in his little office like all safe and sound, and every time he makes a public appearance it's just a body double? What is happening? I was about to accept that there was more than one president. Not without proof.
Do we?
Shoes! Shoes! Okay, maybe not. I don't know. I'm losing it. I think I'm losing it. Bad proof has no mouth. Okay, cool. 2 places at once. Alright. Okay. Oh my god, Alright. This. Look at that. He's got boobs.
Take that!
Okay, I didn't think that would be it. Oh my god, I'm like... Something showing that he could have been at 2 places at once.
Take that!
Alright, I messed up too many times, I gotta reload. What the fuck? The suit? What if he was doing the thing and then he was on the set and... Oh my god. Did Body Horror Canis adopt Bronco Knight 12 years ago? Is that what? Ah! I don't know. She didn't see. Ugh, I don't fucking know. I'm like. Is there footage in the past about there being a 2 present? Oh my god. I'm like. Oh, kidnapped at the embassy. He was at the thing and at the embassy, wasn't he? Yeah. I don't think he's noticed the contradiction in the thing. He just can't accept it because it's his dad! How's the matter, Mr. Prosecutor? You're pretty quiet all of a sudden. Anomaly Fence according, she asked the president to be at the orphanage at midnight. But it shouldn't have been possible for him to be there at that time.
Huh? How come?
Because he was supposedly still at the embassy. With your father, Agent Lang. Yeah! The only way it could have been in 2 places at once is if there were 2 of him. Oh! So the real president, that was the one who died. And it was his dad just now that died! Ah! And who would have hired Cadus to murder the president? In order to figure that out, we need to look again at the pieces of evidence we recently discovered was a fake. The staged photo. Yup. Because he should have been dead at this point, right? The picture taken with Mr. Aldown's camera was staged sometime after his murder. Mr. Aldown was murdered because he was witness to the president's assassination. In other words, the photograph too must have been taken after the real president's death. So who is the president in this photograph? The body double. But what about the embassy, though? Was he at the embassy? The president's double had him killed. Oh, the sins of the father! They helped him do it, yeah! You don't even have a body to support your theory. You're telling me it magically disappeared? We know where it wound up. The president's body in the like the real president's body, right? Is it in the package?
Take that!
Is this the thing? Okay, I know. Okay, okay, maybe it's not funny as buried. Jesus. Oh, okay. Where's the body? Are we talking about where the real president's body? Right here? Is it? So, did they just bury his body here? Okay, so I was on the right track. I just put it in the thing. It says, like, dig up the package we buried. So maybe it's in, like, one of the big footprints. I don't know.
Take that!
Yes, okay, I was on the right track. Wrong evidence, though. He dug up the... That's so... Wouldn't he be, like, all decomposed? Wouldn't he be, like, a skeleton by now? Where's the president's skeleton? Yeah, it may decompose, but the bones would have remained. Yeah, construction is here. We don't want to find a bone. Everything had to be wrapped up before then. The shooting of the movie and the recovery of the president's remains.
Yeah, I guess once they started digging the place up, they would have found them pretty quick, huh?
Agent Lang, we need to have the so-called monster footprints analyzed again. Yeah, I guess we do. There's a body under one of them. There should be trace evidence to confirm it. Hey, get me somebody from forensics. Oh, Jesus Christ. Human remains are found in the dirt along with other signs of a body having been buried. So it really was him. This is so fucking bonkers. The physique looks to be about right, and dental and medical records are a match. The president's been dead for 12 years. Jesus fucking Christ. And the SSI kidnapping was in fact a homicide. Jesus. This is bonkers!
Wow, so it really was a murder, huh? This case has taken so many twists and turns, I'm starting to lose...
And we're still just in the middle section. There's still a fuck ton left to go. Perhaps we should summarize our findings just to confirm we understand everything correctly.
Good idea. Let's go over everything from the point where the president arrived at the orphanage.
12 years ago, the real President Wang visited the orphanage. His aim? To meet his infant son. I'm locked in this and I didn't see it coming. Yeah, I know, this is a whole ass telenovela. It really is. Good God. The footprints originally seemed to be those of Mr. Aldown, seemed likely to have been made by the president upon his arrival. He had giant-ass feet. But instead of being greeted by his child, he was met by the assassin, Bodyhorn McCanus.
That's so sad. He was hoping to see his baby for the first time, only to...
Indeed. But at least with Mr. Canis, we can be sure the job was swiftly and effectively completed. But then, after the assassination, another tragedy occurred.
Mr. Aldown's murder.
Yes, it seems he witnessed a key moment in the evening's proceedings. The moment when our culprits, the so-called kidnappers, took the president's body around to the side of the building. Oh, Jesus. Oh my god, so they saw him carrying his corpse. We now established that he was standing by the orphanage gates at the time. Far enough away, he believed what he was seeing was the president's abduction. At which point, the body double, Lang,
The body double who'd come to meet up with his co-conspirators walked right up behind Mr. Aldown.
and whacked him, leading to our unfortunate eyewitness.
Being murdered by the man who was plotting to replace the president. So was it the body double who Mr. Aldown's body too?
Yes, I think it probably was.
But none of the footprints could have been his, could they?
Actually, I think they could. In fact, we have a piece of evidence that proves how that particular trick was achieved.
Take that!
What if the president's double moved Mr. Aldown's body like this? After killing Mr. Aldown, he could have carried him to the other side of the entrance. Given that his job was to look just like the president, he would have been wearing the same shoes. Meaning that if he stepped exactly in the footprints left by the real president, yar!
His would have been the same shape and size. It looks like a single set of footprints. So that's how it all went down? I'm so glad we finally figured it out. There's one thing I still don't get.
There is? What?
Why did they need to pretend there was a kidnapping?
Mr. Aldown had seen the president at the orphanage and left a message on Miss Maria's phone describing what he thought he saw. It would have been impossible for the conspirators to erase that message, so they had to make it look as if the events described in the message were true.
By staging a kidnapping like the one he thought he saw.
The two people in the photograph are likely to be the body double and Fifi Lagarde.
She's the one in the trench coat? How can he be such—
Does this look like Fifi fucking Lagarde to you, okay? The two of them would have had to walk behind the orphanage gates to stage the photo. The body double could have put his feet in the real president's prints as he did before.
Oh, so the other set of footprints were hers.
The ones he originally thought belonged to the killer, yes. They were about a size 9, too small for chairman winner in other words, which means the kidnapper must have been played by Warden Lagarde. And that explains how a so-called kidnapping was actually a presidential assassination. Jesus fucking Christ. It does, which means my father. He knows, he knows, he knows. Noticed. No, Lang, I think you're in denial, buddy. I think you're in denial. This body double was your father. It has to be. Especially not with the kid's picture as proof. But the picture was never officially put into evidence, correct? No, he appears to have kept hold of it after taking the witness statement of the child who drew it. Yeah, because he knew. He knew President Wang was dead. And he knew what happened if that news ever— I think that might— Is the body double not his own father? Zhang Fa would have been plunged into chaos, no doubt. So he kept it a secret, and that secret died with him. And there are men taking the blame for the kidnapping and a family name being ruined. Well, we don't have Papa Lang in our directory, so I guess it's looking less and less likely that it's actually him, but like, you know, I'm still a little suspicious, not gonna lie. Yeah, look at them! Your father knew the truth about what happened 12 years ago, but he chose to hide it.
Well, it's finally coming to light at last.
Is it indeed intriguing? Is this the Shelley, the killer, trying to guess who it is based on speaking patterns alone? That's the way Shelley speaks, right? Who's that? Oh, it's a different kind of killer. bold of you to, like, show your face here right now. Body Homocanus.
Oh, hi! Hi?
What's his name? What the heck are you doing here? What was his name? What was the dog's name? What the law? You think he'd just show up in front of us like, yeah, he's got balls of steel. Helmet, that's it. Forgive me, but I couldn't help overhearing the fascinating conversation you were having. And the opportunity to gloat over your past crimes is just too good to miss, I expect. You killed President Wang. I did, but it's not something I'm inclined to gloat over. I was more interested in something else you mentioned, or someone else, should I say. Someone you're looking for, I suppose. Exactly, that's why I took little Sojourn from the penitentiary to find a certain young pup. A young pup in a rather eye-catching red raincoat. Yeah. What?
Wait, you know who they are?
In a manner of speaking, what did you call them again? A secret mastermind? Yeah. The prosecutor looks a little surprised, doesn't he, Helmet? Yes, he does. The young pup I mentioned, he saved my life, you know, 12 long years ago. Okay, my unexpected savior. As you have surmised, it was I who killed President Wang, but that means I too became an inconvenience in need of removal. The imposter president, Winner Lagarde, all of them were keen to guarantee my silence, and if I hadn't met my friend the young pup again, they might have even succeeded. I wonder what he's doing now. He's either dead or in the circus. So is the president's body double who hired you? I remember his words almost as if it were yesterday. You know, many times I've nearly been killed. Not once, not twice, a bunch of times. Why do I have to take all the risks? Why am I the one they always put in danger? When I'm out there being him, people treat me like I was him. They worship me. I don't know why I'm doing this voice. What's the difference? Who says I could be just as good as him? My God. This is like giving like the Gretchen Wiener's Julius Caesar speech. We should totally just shoot President Wang. Or stab. I don't know. Did he stab him? I don't know how he killed him. There's a difference, of course, even if he did look and sound exactly like him. Just because it walks and talks like a president, that doesn't make it a president, does it? So he got his wish and became the boss, but couldn't quite fill his predecessor's shoes. Looks not around, that means I'm number one. Wonder if it takes... Of course I do, I'm the leader now, me, yeah. Like, the king and his knight were much the same.
Oh, we should just stab Caesar!
The president's double knew that his employer had a weakness, a young woman named Amelie. But in order to find her, he needed to enlist the help of locals. Locals such as Chairman Winner. Once Miss Fen had been located, they simply needed to find the right time to lay their trap.
The meeting she arranged so the president could meet his son. That would have been the perfect opportunity.
Indeed, and with the head of the orphanage brought into the fold, their little conspiracy was complete. What in the God? Now, quid pro quo, where might I find the pup? What makes you think the boy who helped you and our mysterious string puller are one and the same? One of the sons! He set a little fire that night, out there in the yard of the orphanage.
Oh, yeah, we saw that. It was some kind of prank, right?
A prank? It was nothing of the sort, my dear. Nor as I understand it, he had taken refuge in the igloo by the entrance. From there, he happened to see Winner and Lagarde carrying away a dead body. He also overheard them hatching a certain sordid little plot. A plot to remove me, the only other person who knew what really happened, from the picture. Thankfully, he was kind enough to come and inform me. I was waiting inside the building, you see. He also happened to mention later on that he was wearing his favorite red raincoat. In any case, he escorted me from the premises. And being a very considerate boy, thought to erase both our footprints from the scene of the crime. It seems he had a little kerosene set aside in the igloo for just such an occasion. So he spread it liberally around the place and set himself a little fire. Burn Faraday! Oh my god, it was baby Burn Faraday. I don't care if Kay was already born at this time, 5 years old. Burn Faraday turned himself into a 12-year-old boy and set the fire, and that's why his name is Burn. I don't. Oh, he was also dead at the time. No, he was alive. Yeah, he died 10 years ago. No, 7 years ago. He died 7 years ago. So he was alive. And he made himself look like a 12-year-old boy so he could burn the place. Ha!
Must have been ever so beautiful. Winter and the guard were positively enchanted.
While they were distracted by the show, he took the opportunity to usher me out of a side entrance. Yeah, this kid just totally normal kid. I do indeed, don't I, Helmet? Yes, I do. Holy shit.
Hold it!
You were pretty forthcoming with that particular admission. I'm honest, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm tired of all the killing. But back then I felt that death was my path. I embraced it and strove to learn what it had to teach. I made my peace with that, and I'm happy to admit it, aren't I, boy? Yes, I am.
I'm not sure he's talking about, but I definitely don't like the sound of it.
Basically, he thought nothing of murdering the president. Not only is he an assassin, he's now a prison escapee, not someone to be trifled with. We can't afford for him not to talk. We need information. You killed the president, and you're happy to admit it. Oh, very much so. I wouldn't want you to think I drew my blade and missed. Helmet is adorable, I'm sorry. I like Helmet. I don't care if he's killed people, he's a good boy. You a target, but you're an assassin.
Sometimes the hunter must become the hunted. Sometimes the living must become the dead.
Please, Kay, don't feel the need to add a proverb hero. Impermanence is inherent to the way of the assassin. Life takers' lives are taken, so it goes.
Wait, does that mean the people you sent to kill sometimes try to kill you back? Or
it happens occasionally. But it is not what happened this time.
Hold it!
But Mr. Canis, you're a professional killer, and famously skilled one at that. Surely escaping even 3 attackers would have been a little more than a minor inconvenience. You overestimate me, Mr. Edgeworth. You seem to forget that without Helmet here, I couldn't even walk down the street. Oh, did he not oh. But Helmet is in that picture. I don't know. So even the most proficient assassins are ill-equipped to face a full frontal assault. We are not hugely fond of such situations, shall we say. I certainly wouldn't have liked my chances.
Hold it!
Again, yeah, so the tomb you had met before. Yes, on a cold and lonely Christmas Eve. God fucking damn it! Was it Artie Frost or Carmelo Gusto's kid? Well, probably it was I who saved his life.
it was snowing more than it had in years, and cold enough that death by freezing was a real possibility.
I'd taken Helmet out for a little walk. He noticed something and bounded off through the snow. When I caught up to him, he was sniffing at a car. The doors had frozen shut. It took all the strength I had, but I eventually managed to open one. The boys. The boys! The boys! The boys! Wait, oh my god, they were tied up? Who put them in there? Did Carmelo really do... This one has a long head. This one... The long head, that's the Artie Frost. Yeah, he was on the Artie Frost side. That is 100% Bronco Knight. He's got that long head. At them even an hour later, the poor wretches would never have made it. I took them both to a nearby... Yep, there we go. There we go. Finally getting some closure. Yeah, very! Oh, that... I feel like both of the date and the people. Ugh. Okay, I'm gonna go with the date. But I feel like the number of people is also significant. Hey, Fender. We have something that shows why that date is so significant. So who locked them in there? Who is gonna let these kids freeze to death? You hope we get another 30 polls. I believe you can do it, Delvin. You got this. It was the same day on which a certain incident occurred, the murder of a well-known sculptor.
No way!
An incident in the aftermath of which 2 children went missing. Yeah! Yeah! The son of the victim, Artie Frost, and the son of the murderer, Carmelo Augusto. Yeah! Okay, I was under this... I mean, he never opens his eyes like Simeon, but he has a longular head and is Artie Frost. He had the thing. This is Bronco. This might be Simeon. So if it's not Bronco, is it Simeon? Is Simeon the mastermind? Red hat, red raincoat, flower. Yeah. Now that you mention it, the little guys did go AWOL, huh? Intriguing. The son of a murderer and the son of his victim. I suppose that would make sense. It would. One of the boys was bound hand and foot, you see.
That must have been part of Mr. Frost's plan to stop Mr. Gusto's son from getting to the competition.
Without his son to taste his creations, Mr. Gusto would have had no chance of winning. He was really gonna let those kids freeze to death. These guys suck! Jesus! Neither of the boys was able to remember any such details. They weren't? No, when we met each other again on that night 12 years ago, the young pup explained it to me. It seems that they really were on the brink of death when I found them. And the shock of the experience caused them both to lose their memories. They weren't even able to remember their names.
Wow. So they wouldn't have known they were Mr. Frost.
Yeah, they have different names now. That explains the different names. What he's telling us is true. That would seem likely, yes. Which means he still don't have enough to tell us who are... I mean, we have some ideas. I have some ideas. What happened next? By all means. The pup and I remained in contact even after I was sent to prison. When I stopped hearing from him, I couldn't help but worry. And then people from 12 years ago started cropping up all over the place. It rather piqued my curiosity, so I thought I'd temporarily regain my freedom and look into things. What the fuck? People from 12 years ago? You mean the god, winner, and the president, I assume?
Well, Warden Lagarde was in charge of the prison when he was an inmate this whole time, right?
I fear I wasn't as kinder as I could have been. And I still have a poll tomorrow and 3 the next day. Let's go, let's go. And she did try to have me killed. You know why, of course. Because he murdered President Wang, but they need the world to believe he was still alive. If somebody had exposed the president as a fake, it would have been bad for Lagarde and Chairman Winner too. Why were they cooperating to help kill the president? What do they have to... I don't know, probably money? Not only that, I happened to overhear something else intriguing that night. I'll be at the orphanage on the evening of the 9th. I'll be waiting in the front yard. I thought you could meet him if you like, even if it's only just this once. I know you're a very busy man, but anyway, that's where we'll be. Goodbye. Uh-oh. Aww. Who are you? Sorry, but I'm waiting for somebody. I know who you are, President Wang. I couldn't help overhearing the news. Congratulations. But please don't worry about your son. I only kill those I am employed to kill, which in this case means you. No. This is my first chance to meet him. It might be my only chance. Please, give me just a few minutes. You idiot. You think he's gonna let you get away? I thought he was going to beg for his life, but no. An interesting character. I told him I was not aware he had a child. No, he said, and shook his head. Neither was I, but the world I'll know that I have one now. I mean to make sure. Heads up in case the worst comes to worst. And the son in question, it was the young gentleman with the horns there, correct?
Horns? You can see them?
I don't need to, my dear. I've been listening very carefully, you see, and for longer than you may realize. President meant to tell the word about Sean and prepare something in case of the worst. But it's not enough simply of Canis' word on the matter. We have something that proves what he's telling us. The will, yeah. will everybody knew about. He entrusted it to my family to show his belief in us, after all. The name in the recording, the preparations he had made, and his will. With those 3 pieces of information, I was able to convince Warden Lagarde to do anything I asked. With the information at his disposal, he could have exposed the truth about the body double at any time, and Sean's true identity with it. This kid! This poor kid! Oh, I just realized it says boss. B055, that's like boss, and he kind of was the boss of the prison, you know, the fixer, who got the special treatment and everything. I see, haha. He is a cowboy. I guess he quite literally is a cowboy. President Wang was more agile than I'd anticipated. He blocked my first knife thrust with something soft. By the time the piece I'd broken off hit the snow, my next strike had hit its mark. He sliced off the horn. I was the only one present to hear his final words. RMC's true damage support, nice. You knew the truth of that poor pup. I'm stressed, y'all. I can't stream for much longer. I said this wasn't gonna be like a long stream. I gotta end in like 20 minutes or so.
Hold it!
So you're able to continue communicating with him from prison? I was. The post office box.
What's that?
It's a means of exchanging mail without revealing one's own address. I never knew where he was, and I wasn't able to slip out and track him down. I was being kept under rather strict supervision, you see. By Warden Lagarde, no doubt. What were the 2 of you even communicating about? We were playing correspondence chess, of course, that and griping about our respective lots in life.
Correspondence chess? But didn't you used to play that with...
Yar! Yar!
Yar!
Was Mr. Knight! The diagram of the game in his cell, too. Oh, shit, okay. My stats almost hit the recommendation, nice! Move defense is overkill. Knight had something to do with it? I mean... Yeah.
Take that!
Is this it? This is everything Knight left behind. Could there be a clue in here somewhere? Yup. Yep, that's him. We did it! Let's do it! Look at it! Look at it! The design. His Ball League's trademark, Mark! Indeed. Looks like somebody turned the stamp he used to sign his work with into a ring. But why would Knight have been carrying it? And why was it not with the rest of the evidence from the IS-7 incident? I tried to release Frost's personal effects to his next of kin. Yeah! If I remember rightly, old Frosty Boy didn't have any family aside from his kid. And the kid was missing, so they never got it to hand it back to him. Not till later, anyhow. Later. They found him in the end and gave him the goods. Yep. Aww. From his father's signature stamp.
So we're saying Mr. Knight was Mr. Frost's son?
Cops don't mess around with stuff like that. I would have made sure before handing it over.
And we were looking for somebody connected to the IS-7 incident who played correspondence chess, right?
Wait, so our secret string puller is Bronco Knight. Well, he's dead. Knight is dead. How could he possibly be involved in our current case? It's the other kid. Oh, so our only candidate for genius mastermind is a guy who already kicked the bucket?
It's impossible. How can a dead guy be behind all this?
Just a little perplexing, but then who else could it be? The other kid? We have the other kid. He stopped responding. That seems strange. I'm glad you agree. Helmet did too, of course.
That big scary mutt really said that? What, like, woof woof, that's barking mad!
Whoa, I am Mickey Mouse! I'm Helmet and I'm actually Mickey Mouse! My energy return crit damage won't hit, but HP, speed, and defense. Let's go! There's not need to talk in order for me to hear it, my dear.
He doesn't? Okay, well, then let me ask you something. That look he's giving me, the super intense, kind of scary glare. He's not trying to say he's hungry, is he?
He might be.
He might be? Mr. Edgeworth, help!
Kay really isn't fond of Canis' pet, it seems. You're such a good boy. Now, where was I? Of course, I suddenly stopped hearing from the pup.
Hold it!
Does all seem a little too much of a coincidence. We got like 2 remembrance light cones. Oh yeah, there wouldn't be very many at this point, I'm sure. Does all seem like a little too much of a coincidence, doesn't it? An attempt was made on the life of the man who was pretending to be President Wang all these years. Wouldn't the god murder Bronco Knight while he was being held at the prison she ran? And Excelsius Winner, chairman of the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence, murdered Rosie Ringer. The more I think back, the more it seemed at the time as some mysterious other presence was lurking behind all those incidents. Even from behind bars, it was rather obvious that something strange was going on.
Hold it!
You thought you'd temporarily regain your freedom. Could you be any more brazen?
Yeah, yet a thief would struggle to get away with something like I thought I'd temporarily steal it.
Temporarily, oh my god. Yeah, not nobody was injured in the course of my escape. It wasn't necessary, after all. I have my ways. Let's leave it at that, shall we? Wait, but no, wait, Val, you escaped. I ought to arrest you right now. There'll be no need for that, detective. As soon as my business is concluded, I'll return home to my cell. Are you serious? Prison isn't supposed to be someplace you can stroll in and out of when you please. Strange that you should say that. Weren't you the one who strolled in to try and dig into my past only recently? You! Agent Lang, Detective Gumshoe. I need to be able to question Mr. Canis further. Could you both try to remain calm for now? Sorry, I'm like stressing here. I'm stressing. Alright.
Oh, a helmet.
Hold it!
Tapping your little letters out in Braille. That's how you wrote all of them? That's right. I have the tools to do so in my cell.
Huh. So you have to use special tools? I never thought about it before, but I guess that makes sense.
What exactly did you write about, if you don't mind me asking? Oh, this and that. General chit-chat and chess moves, of course. You wrote the chess moves in Braille too? That's interesting. Do you usually write his own chess moves, so did he not?
How does that piece you carved yourself move the dog?
Perhaps we can talk about that later. For now, I'd like to know what happened when the letters stopped. I sat in my cell and tried to imagine where he might have gone.
Okay, no, I still don't get it. Who does he mean? Who's this pup he keeps talking about?
Who indeed? It seems that not even Mr. Canis knows his true identity. I stopped hearing from him. But I did so enjoy tapping them out in Braille. This isn't in Braille, though.
Objection!
Is this fake? Well, is this proof that Bronco Knight wasn't his correspondent, which we already knew because he's fucking dead? You said you wrote all your letters in Braille, is that correct? I don't mean to be rude, Mr. Prosecutor, but you do know about my condition, do you? That's odd, because the chess diagram we found in Knight's cell didn't contain any Braille at all. Really? But surely that's impossible. How so exactly?
Maybe someone typed Mr. Canis' letters out on purpose?
Meaning there may have been some sort of intermediary between the two of them.
So then...
The new area is really pretty and the puzzles are fun. I need to get in that. I need to get on that. I have not yet explored any of the new stuff in Honkai. Mr. Canis says he wrote his letters in Braille, and yet the letters received by Mr. Knight contain no Braille at all. Somebody was translating. Somebody who visited him on that day. A third party. Guess it gonna work the same way on the flip side too, right? Whoever it was could have taken Knight's letters and turned them back into Braille. It could indeed. And who visited him on this day? Who... I think you and Mr. Knight were both communicating with this person, Mr. Canis. Mr. Canis, the answers you received. They were written in Braille too, yes. Some mysterious middle person really was retyping the Bronxer's missives. And that same person might well be our secret string puller. Trying to say there's another hidden mastermind behind this whole thing? So who's the new one? Bronco Knight, son of Artie Frost, is already dead. But what if the other child from the incident 18 years ago was actually who we've been Yeah. Carmelo Gusto's son. I have an idea. Uh-huh. If Knight was Frost's son, Gusto's son would have to be... Yup, when both of us were all alone. He doesn't have any family. Just like me. It all makes sense. I know exactly who our so-called mastermind is.
Oh, you have to tell us!
I can hardly believe it, but it's somebody we know rather well.
Take that!
It has to be the person behind all this. The person who forced Shenmue win his hand by sending a letter to Rosie Ringer. Damn, this man! Person who kidnapped Sean, good god, he did this all by himself? Person who did the strangest thing of all. Who drugged Kay and carried her up to the roof of the big building. It was the monster.
What? Did you really just say what I thought you did?
Yes. The monster. That was the key to unmasking our mastermind. Oh, I almost forgot. Oh, I'm doing a new show soon. I'd love you could come, Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, I'm scared for this man to snap. I'm scared. I'll be rejoining Regina on stage for this one. I am so fucking scared, y'all. It's gonna be a mess when he snaps.
That's right, the Very Big Circus is the biggest, most fabulous event in town. You'll have oodles of fun.
Miss Lloyd, could I ask a favor?
Oh, little old me. What kind of favor?
He told us he recorded the sound of the Taurosaurus breathing fire. Fire!
Oh, you're good, Ruffles. Sharper than gosh dang tack. I captured the sound of that big old beastie breathing fire is what I captured. Sure did. Like I said, I didn't precisely see the guy, but boy did I hear him.
And he had a bug on him.
You surely can. Let's see now.
I'm scared, y'all. Must be what I think it is. My theory has to be correct. The truth about the monster, the identity of the person behind all this, it's all falling into places. I'm like stressed out, y'all. I'm like trembling. You saw a giant eye at the window of the storeroom, did you not?
Yup, snap me a picture of it too. Even if you can't rightly see it so well.
You can't see it right now, but... Detective Gumshoe. Your image analyzer, can we borrow it again? Sure, but what do you want to look at, sir? This photograph right here. I'm tweaking! I'm tweaking! I'm tweaking!
Ah! Eyeballed! Urethra! Look at this photograph! See? I done told y'all. Taurosaurus' own dang self.
Yes, there it is at last. The monster commanded by the architect of this whole scheme.
But how'd it get so big? You're finally ready to admit it, and he's dang well real.
Oh my god, I really need to end stream. Oh shit. It's the eye of a different beast entirely. Moo! Hello, nickname?
But hello, how are you doing?
I know. Look at this. Yeah, he had the giant balloon. Oh my god, Charlie's barking. I'm stressed. The enormous lion balloon, yeah. That's our monster. Charlie is howling downstairs. Sorry if you can hear him. The sound Miss Lloyd thought was the creature breathing fire.
Oh, Oh, come on, you're really gonna bring me crashing down to earth like that?
That's how balloons fly, huh? They burn gas to make hot air? They do, and our culprit was able to use that balloon to carry Kay up to the roof of the big building without ever going near the elevator.
So this culprit, they've got something to do with the circus?
He's reacting to the moo. Yeah, he can hear it. Circus worker, friend of the Bronxster, son of Gusto. Whoa, you're not serious. You forgot to mention trainee animal tamer. It's hard to believe. This freak. You know what? It's not him. It's not him. It's the monkey. The money. He's just being Ratatouille this whole time. Money is the true mastermind. Simeon doesn't have free will. It's all money. And Money was ordered to do this by Rifle, obviously. Rifle is still pulling all the strings, but Money is literally pulling his strings. He did it. It's the monkey. The monkey's the real mastermind. I did have to prove him innocent, and he technically was innocent of that crime. He was being accused of killing his best bud, and he technically did it. He technically was innocent of that. I'm scared to see him snap. I'm very scared to see him snap. Money supposedly talks. Does this Money? Ooh.
Simeon? But everything, really? I don't believe you. We trusted him, and he trusted us. You can't tell me that was all lies. That would be too horrible.
I'm sorry, Kay. Never trust a man who's being ratatouilleed. Uh-oh. Hey, where do you think you're going, old man? Nothing escapes you, does it, young pup? My congratulations, Mr. Edgeworth. But now that I know the truth, my business here is done. Is he just gonna go back to... He's just gonna go mosey on back to his cell, just... Oh, Jesus! Oh my God! Have mercy, please! Damn it, he disappeared.
Are you okay, Mr. Edgeworth?
Don't worry, I'm fine. But... Damn you! Hey, watch your mouth, kid! Are you alright, Sean? He killed my dad. He did, right? There's no easy way to say it, but... Sorry, Sean. It would appear that he did. He won't get away with it. I'll make him pay. Somehow, some way, I'll... Overruled. No, Sean! You mustn't say such things! Yeah, give him a break, please! I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth. You'll have to forgive us both. I just put the call out, sir. All units are on the lookout for Mr. Canis. I don't mean to hurry, everybody. We better be on our way, too. Well, Mr. Prosecutor, where do you think we'll find our mastermind? Didn't they have a rehearsal? We should go after the mastermind right now. He said he had to practice at the show, which I guess means he'll be at the circus. But before we leave, there's something I'd like to ask you, Agent Lang. There is. Once a beast has been sighted, the next step is to plan its capture. When we arrive, there's something we'll need to try and find as a matter of priority. Detective, I'd like you to look into something that's been bothering me about Sean's kidnapping. Yes, sir.
I want to help too, Mr. Edgeworth.
Yeah, Broke killed his dad. I would let, you know what, fair. He should be allowed to say fuck if his dad's dead. There's somebody I'd like you to try and contact. If Saint really is our mastermind, we're going to need this person's help. Regina? She's been on many encounters. I never suspected a thing, even though he's right there in front of me. I messed up. There's no other way of putting it, but I'm going to put things right once and for all. Holy shit. Holy shit. Oh my. Are we still in the middle section? Oh my god, we're already in ladder. Oh my god. I'm scared, y'all. I am very scared for whatever, everything. I'm scared for him to snap. It's gonna be scary. The circus people are scary. Anyways, I need to end there. Thank you all so much for being here. Croissant question. Will I finish this case next stream? Will I finish this game next stream?
Oh, thank you for the follow.
I don't know if I will finish. I don't know how much is left. I'm guessing probably not, because you know these last cases are quite long. But I don't know. I forgot to change my no, Delvin. I don't know. If any of y'all know, if I'm just starting this latter portion, Will I finish next stream? But thank you all again for being here. Next stream will be Monday, 5:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If we don't finish then, we might finish the next day. So next week, we will finish this game. We will crank that Soldier Boy. We will finish this game. And then we will start Final Fantasy IX. Yep, Final Fantasy IX is happening next week, baby. It is real. It is happening. We're in it. Let's see. Is there somebody we can raid? God, I really gotta wrap up stream. Ba-doog. Who is alive right now? Is Amanda live yet? We're a couple minutes short. Oh. We could raid Chris again. I know in like a couple minutes, Amanda's starting her like 6-year streamiversary stream. I'll give her a shout out as well. She's gonna be playing, and it starts in like 3 minutes or so. But yeah, she's gonna be playing like Persona 3, Balatro, Mario Kart during her streamiversary. Just finished Dragon Age Inquisition DLC, I believe. But it looks like Chris we wait for 3 minutes. Well, I really do need to end, so I'll just send you all over to Chris again, I guess. Because although he's in a very big portion of Metaphor. He's playing Metaphor, but in a very, very big spoilery territory. So this is your warning, everybody. If you don't want Metaphor spoilers, please lurk in this stream. Hold on, let me get my raid messages. But thank you all again. Have a great rest of your day, night, time zone, whatever it is. And yeah, I gotta run. Bye-bye.